If you would like to support the channel, please consider becoming a patron on Patreon. More information in the description below. This was once a world whole and restrained only by prodigious imaginations. It's impossible to know how vast the land spread, but our story will take place on the continent where the great city called Lumiere rests. The humans that called this city home shared the land with creatures that were like something out of a storybook. The Gestrels were friendly beings with bodies of wood and coarse hair wildly flowing from their heads like bristles from a paintbrush. They were an odd bunch, very fond of fighting, but not out of maliciousness. It was how they played, hashed things out, taught lessons, made decisions, and it wasn't generally done with the intention to kill. Sometimes that was just an accident. A Gestrel could absolutely tear something in half, though, if it was needed. These favored, funny beings were gifted with the ability to be reborn should they die. Every living creature of this world was imbued with an energy called chroma, and generally after death, their chroma returned to the cycle of creation within this world. But not the Gestrels. They could take their dead to a place called the Sacred River. They would offer their chroma and their bodies to the spirit of the river, and they would be reborn as the Gestrel version of a child. But every time this happened, the Gestrel would lose part of their previous life, what made them who they used to be. They weren't the same Gestrel, yet they were the same chroma in the same body. They would retain some memories, some of the same personality, but it was a very bittersweet process. Among the humans and the Gestrels were also the Grandis. They were far more enigmatic, because they tended to live high in the mountains. The Grandis had no interest in fighting. They were beings that favored words. To entertain, settle their disagreements, teach lessons, or make important decisions, they employed debate tactics and poetry battles. And these were events that could go on for hours at a time. The Grandis did not enjoy a rebirth after death, but they lived long lives not complicated or endangered by unnecessary battles like their Gestrel friends. This seemed to be a peaceful world, one free from wars, famine, or suffering. Rather, it was one that was artistic and gentle, where adventure was a greater theme than peril. The city of Lumiere was sprawling and grand, home to thousands. Life there wasn't entirely unusual to one that we would live, save what happened to bodies after death. Like the Gestrels, and probably to the Grandis, humans were made of chroma, but their bodies did not remain whole after death like the Gestrels, who would await rebirth. Their bodies would dissipate into chroma. There would be no corpses left to grieve or to bury. They would instead simply fade away and become part of the world once again. Within Lumiere lived the Dessendre family, husband and wife Renoir and Aline, and their 3 children, Clair the oldest, Verso the middle son, and Alicia the youngest daughter. They seemed an idyllic family, with only the youngest bearing clear trauma. Her face was terribly burned, her voice gone, and eye missing. She wore a mask to cover the worst of it. Her life seemed to be a sad one, yet she was bonded to her father and her brother at least. It's hard to know if the same was true for Clea, but her mother seemed far less tolerant towards Alicia. She wasn't unkind, but she did not wish to be around the girl. This world changed quite suddenly when a cataclysmic event took place called the Fracture. Aline Dessendre vanished, and from the sky came a structure called the Monolith, which touched the clouds with its great height. An invader, an older man, had entered this world. Aline confronted him, and their battle sundered the lands. The continent broke apart, went into the sky, sank into the waters. A section of the city of Lumiere was cut from the landmass and cast away into the sea, away from the body of the continent. They were the lucky ones, kept relatively safe from the havoc that was to come. The battle between Aline and the invader ended in a stalemate at the Monolith. The man wished to erase Aline from this world, but he could not overpower her. He wanted to unmake this world for reasons yet untold, but Aline would not allow him his destruction. Into being came the paintress for Aline and the curator for the invader. The paintress would paint life into this world using chroma, recycle it into new wonders from memories and imagination, and the curator would act in this world as the invader's avatar to undermine the paintress when opportunity presented, though he could not directly oppose her. To prevent anything from attacking her, the paintress placed a barrier around the monolith. It was such concentrated chroma that if anything touched it, it would cease to exist, and this presented a problem for the next visitor to this world. While Aline Dessendre and the first invader fought their perpetual battle, a second invader came, a younger woman. She could not breach the chroma barrier around the monolith to try to reach the paintress. Whoever controlled the chroma of this world held the upper hand, and Aline ultimately controlled it. So this second invader independently saw the lands and the remnants of Lumiere overrun by terrible monsters, which would be called Nevrons. These Nevrons were painted into existence by the second invader using the chroma of this world, and they served a very specific purpose. Every living thing that they killed couldn't release their chroma. It wasn't recycled back into this world for creation. It kept their chroma locked within their corpse. Eventually, if the Nevrons continued to kill, this world would lack the energy for the paintress to continue to create more life. But the Nevrons weren't unkillable, and the second invader could not remain here perpetually to paint more of them. So, the eldest daughter of Aline Dessendre, Clair, she was taken by the second invader, who was personally quite unsatisfied with the person that Clair was. The second invader changed Clair Dessendre by painting over her. Using chroma, the invader stained and overwrote Clair, changed her fundamentally, something only the most powerful of painters could do. And then the invader imprisoned her, forcing Clair to also paint. The invader made Clair paint into existence many of the invader's own violent Nevron creations. Clair was locked away high in the sky in a flying manor prison. Her Nevrons poured onto the landmass below, terrorizing the broken city, the Gestrels, and the Grandis. The old city of Lumiere was decimated eventually. Survivors from the initial attacks tried to rally and find safety, but it was only a matter of time before the cold, starvation, or an enemy took them. All that remained of humanity was on that section of the city that was cast away into the ocean. Gestrels withdrew into their villages, with only a few merchants venturing out into the wilds to scavenge and sell their wares. The Grandis suffered greatly during the fracture. Most of them were wiped out, and since they were a passive, peaceful race, they had no way to defend themselves. They fled higher into the mountains and widely withdrew from the world. Though they initially acted independently of one another, the invaders were united in a cause. The second had arrived to lend aid to the first. Because the second invader could not remain indefinitely to aid in this war, because of the pure strength of the paintress, because it was she who controlled the chroma, and because of the chroma barrier around the monolith, they knew that reaching and toppling the paintress could either take a potentially dangerous length of time, or it would require an outside force. Perhaps they could get the inhabitants of this world to act on their behalf. To counter the barrier, the elder invader, the man imprisoned below the monolith, created 4 entities called Axons, whose hearts were made from so much chroma that they could be used to make special weapons, which could shatter the barrier. Each of the Axons represented a person in his family, people that were cherished and loved. To fell an Axon would take a godlike display of power. But if an individual or a group couldn't fell an Axon, then they sure as hell could not fell the paintress. That man would remain in conflict with Aline, the paintress and the curator working against each other. But the second invader could not remain. She would take a more active role when opportunity presented, but to ensure that they would win ultimate war here, even if it took a century of conflict, the invader enacted the Gommage. He could only enact it upon the oldest of humans in the world, but once a year, he would gather his power and cause them to simply disappear, turn them to chroma, a return from whence they came. The Gommage began at 100 years old. Any people 100 years old or beyond turned to red flower petals like smoky embers dissipating into the wind. Painless oblivion. And the paintress tried to warn all who could see the monolith of what was taking place. She wrote the number 100 on the face of it, so large that it could be seen all the way to Lumiere. And when it happened again next year, when the invader gommaged all who were 99 years old, she would try to warn them by writing 99 on the monolith. It was all she could do, but the intention wasn't noticed. It was safe to assume there weren't that many, if any, people who were around 100 years old. So the first gommage went completely unobserved. In fact, it would be unobserved by humanity for many years. Hearts were broken in Lumiere. So many families torn apart and loved ones lost from the splitting of the city. On the other side of the continent, the monolith stood clear to all. Upon it, a bright 100 written, and a massive figure with long hair sitting at the base. Its head was down on its arms, which were wrapped around its knees as though it was grieving. That is who humanity recognized as the Paintress. And with nothing else to fill in the blanks, blame was placed onto her, the being at the monolith, for what had happened to their home. The world as they knew it was over, so they had to adapt and change. Once things were settled, an expedition was immediately assembled. They would venture back to the mainland to first search for the other half of the city to find survivors. They desired to know more about the Paintress and the fracture, but it wasn't really a priority. At the head of the effort was Renoir Dessendre, whose wife and daughter had gone missing during the chaos. He would take his adult son Verso along. The expedition was dubbed Expedition Zero, and it was a large group that crossed the sea together. Notably among this group was a man named Simon who was in love with Clair Dessendre. What Expedition Zero found when it reached the shores of their once homeland was a meat grinder. The lands were nigh foreign to them, and the beastly Nevrons that hunted them were ruthless. The expedition quickly took casualties and was dwindled down, yet the strongest and luckiest of them pushed forward. Poor Simon, who loved Clair Dessendre, found her in the wilds of this world, or he thought he did. She looked so much like his Clair. This other Clair told him that she was going to give him the power to stop all of this, to restore balance to this world. She led him away from the expedition and gave Simon the power to fell an Axon, so he could take its heart, use it as a weapon, and break through the Paintress's barrier at the monolith. Then he could kill her. Simon believed this other Clair completely, and did indeed kill an Axon within the old city of Lumiere. This Axon was so mighty that it carried the weight of an entire city on its back. And the other Clair, the invader, wished for it to be gone for what it represented. He took its heart, went to the barrier, and broke into the monolith, but the powerful Simon did not find a monster in the Paintress. He met Aline Dessendre, who stopped him and explained everything to him. The other Clair that had empowered him was an invader who had tricked him. They wanted him to kill the Paintress for them, to win their war on their behalf, which would have caused the destruction of this world. Aline took Simon to the abyss to show him the prison where she had locked the older invader away, the man that she was in perpetual conflict with. She told him of the Paintress, of the curator, of what had actually happened to his Clair, of the gommage which would choke this world to death, and Simon despaired. He did not kill the Paintress. He could not reach the imprisoned invader. The other Clair, the second invader, had gone to attend to other business. The one imprisoned beneath the monolith was weakened, but trying to take control of his mind, and he would eventually succeed. Simon would remain close to the abyss to let his final thoughts be of his Clair, hoping that one day they would find each other again, in this life or another. Expedition Zero did reach the monolith, and the second invader met them. She didn't immediately lash out. She instead spoke with them. Specifically, she spoke to Renoir and Verso Dessendre. She told them the truth of Aline, how the wife and mother was a powerful being, that she was currently battling another invader just like herself, that Aline was responsible for the Paintress, what the gommage was, the true nature of their existence, and what the fate of this world had to be. The invader told them everything, and the Dessendre family shifted their goal. They would not strike out against the Paintress. They wanted to save this world. They wanted to stop these invaders. This was probably the outcome that the invader expected, but she wanted to give them a chance. And she had planted the seeds of truth. So she killed them all. Expedition Zero was wiped out, all save two, Renoir and Verso Dessendre. They rose from their wounds as she knew they would. From the moments of each of their births, they had been gifted immortality by Aline Dessendre. Even Alicia, though her scars and broken voice could never be taken away. Renoir and Verso would keep their immortality a guarded secret. Together, they returned to Lumiere to tell everyone that the Paintress was not the problem, she was the solution. Now, what are the odds that two men from the same family survived the slaughter of an entire expedition? And they kept saying that the Paintress was the solution to their dilemmas, not the cause. that didn't help turn people's paranoia away. A search and rescue team was put together to venture to Old Lumiere to search for more survivors, to try again with more information. Renoir, Verso, and Alicia Dessendre would join the group, despite the unease that they now caused. Things went well enough, though. Verso got on well with the group, and became particularly close with a woman named Julie. The two were quite smitten with each other. But things went to hell during a Nevron attack. Verso was dealt a blow so severe that he was cut in half at the waist. Many in the group saw it happen, including Julie, yet when his body was recovered, Verso was just a little bit bruised. His clothes were tattered to match the wound that he'd been dealt, but he was all right. And this revelation caused fervid suspicion to spread through the group. Julie herself decided that this would not stand. They were so desperate for answers and resolution that they would restrain and torture Verso for answers. And this forced Verso to fight back, to defend himself, and it ended in him killing Julie. That was the end of the search and rescue group. Guilt nearly consumed him. The Dessendre family eventually abandoned Lumiere. Their presence wasn't wanted, the people were wary of them, Renoir's message wasn't accepted. They left for the mainland and wandered the continent together for some time. As for life in the city, things normalized eventually. Every year at the same time, the paintress at the Monolith would stand, wipe away the number, and count down to the next. It wasn't clear what the countdown was for, though, but also every year an expedition was sent to the mainland to explore and discover. The only person who'd been to Old Lumiere was Simon to kill that Axon. No expedition had ever actually found it, and no expedition ever returned from the mainland. Finding the old city was still their ultimate goal. Hopefully, the expeditions that never came back had found someplace safe to stay that kept them from returning. Every year, that hope faded a bit more, but still they persisted. They just couldn't give up and stay locked away in that city for the rest of time. It wasn't until about 14 or 15 years after the fracture that the gommage was observed. The number on the monolith would have been about 85, and when the paintress stood and wrote a new number upon it, the people that age turned to flower petals and faded away, like smoke and embers. They ceased to exist, and this caused a panic through the city because now the number on the monolith was understood. That number they saw in the sky every day of their lives, that was their death. How long that they would get to live, when they would cease. It changed everything about Lumiere. People could map out how old they would get to live to be, how old their children would be. The moral concern of having children just to leave them as orphans, just for them too to die young, became discussions. Everything became about the paintress and the monolith. The nature of the expeditions changed entirely from search and discovery to stop the paintress. Every expedition was assembled with a specialty and with the acceptance that they were probably going to die. Their goal was to document their findings, get as far as possible, and lay the groundworks for the next expedition to make it farther than they did. And hopefully it would all come together so that one expedition could benefit from all their work and make it to the paintress. And as the years went on, the gommage became more accepted at Lumiere, eventually becoming an event that wasn't so much celebrated as it was woefully welcomed. The inhabitants of the city would set up a festival around the harbor where vendors could sell goods, entertainment would be put on, people would gather to say goodbye, and at sundown, all would watch the paintress rise from her spot, wipe away the number on the monolith, replace it with the next, and the gommage would begin. Those with ages matching the number would vanish, and the next expedition would prepare to depart for the continent, and every year, the gathering at the harbor would become smaller. Renoir, Verso, and Alicia had ventures of their own. Renoir and Verso put great efforts into trying to kill Axons, though it proved to be impossible for them. They were practically unkillable. They wanted to get past the paintress's barrier, perhaps to kill the man imprisoned below it, to help the paintress. Renoir's convictions only strengthened as time went on, but Verso, well, not so much. He began to question if their immortality was a blessing or a curse. The divide between them became a chasm when Renoir openly attacked an expedition. He was immortal, older, and powered by the powers of the paintress. He took scores of expeditioners at a time. This led to he and his son taking up arms against each other. Renoir would no longer allow the expeditions to continue in peace if they insisted on the paintress being their target, if they couldn't be swayed to his side and beliefs. The fight between father and son left no winner. Verso left his father and Alicia that day. They each chose to keep a scar on their face from the fight, to not heal through it as a reminder. Verso made connections and built friendships with the Gestrels, in particular an older one named Minoko. The two traveled, fought, and even lived together quite often. He found and befriended a mythic creature called Esquier, who was the stuff of legends. He went on countless adventures with his friends, but it only ever numbed his pain and acted as a distraction. Verso would work with expeditions throughout the years, even eventually finding Old Lumiere in year 58. In Monolith year 49, the second invader, the young woman, returned to this world, and she hunted Verso down. She came with news and a request. A birth was soon to take place in Lumiere, and she wanted Verso to check in on the child from time to time. The invader knew that Verso was tired, that he was far more aligned with the wants of the invaders than those of the paintress. He wanted to be released from the cruel circumstances of his existence and the burden of it. He was so tired of watching this world die for the grief of gods. Verso agreed to her request, and from far away, from the shadows, he would watch over this child of importance. Want to help support the channels? You can become a patron on Patreon, a YouTube member, or a Twitch sub. For just a few bucks a month, you can help keep the channel going and get a couple cool perks while you're at it, like supporter-only streams, extra and early content, and your name in the lore video credits. Check the description of the video for more information on how to support the channel. And while you're at it, why don't you come see us in the Discord too? Or find me on one of those other social media platforms that the kids are so into these days. But that's enough from me. Thank you for watching the video, and let's get back to the lore. They welcomed their baby girl into the world 3 years before it was their time to go mage. She was a blessed surprise, but they would get so little time with her. From the moment she was born, she was cherished, and her mother promised that though she would never get to know them, she was loved, she wasn't alone, and she would always be their beautiful child, with the bright smile and iridescent tears. She said these things, knowing that the Gommage would deny the child knowledge of this love. She would certainly know the pain of loss, though. Her mother promised that she would change the world and the people in it, and she chose the name Mayel because she was their princess. After Mayel's parents gommaged, the girl bounced between foster homes, from family to family. Like every other youth in the city, she grew up knowing well the gentle death of the Gommage, but she had trouble fitting in. She was difficult to deal with. Folks didn't really want her around. So when it came time for her to enter an apprenticeship program, she couldn't find one to take her. So instead, she became a runner for warehouses, which suited her just fine. She got to spend her time roaming the city on her own. Stability came to her when she was placed into the care of a young man named Gustav and his sister Emma. Emma was a bit of a career politician, so she wasn't in the picture much, but Gustav was able to get through to Mayel. She bonded with him so deeply that he was part father, part brother to her. Gustav seemed to have a way with the youth of the city. He had a gaggle of apprentices that he tended to, who seemed to absolutely adore him and hung on his lessons. Gustav was a well-known engineer in the city, with one arm and rocking an amazing prosthetic, giving him an extra layer of cool. He would have lived to have been 32 years old when his Gommage arrived. Much of his generation built their entire lives around studying the paintress and preparing for their expedition. Not all would embark on that adventure to the mainland, but those that did, as the countdown got lower, did so with greater tools at their disposal, more benefits from previous expeditions, and higher combat abilities and technology to fall back on. They had to have those advantages because they lacked the numbers of previous generations. Soon, there wouldn't be enough bodies to fill out the expeditions. Humanity was on its last leg. Gustav created a spectacular bit of tech called a Lumina Converter, which let expeditioners harness chroma. It let them funnel it into equipment called Pictos, which could offer them wonderful benefits in combat. His expedition group would be the first to utilize it, and if it worked, It could completely overhaul how the last expeditions approached their journey to the continent and significantly increase their chances at success. Gustav chose to be an expeditioner. He would be a part of Expedition 33. At 32 years old, it would be his final year of life. He wanted to spend it trying to reach the Monolith, trying to save Lumiere and the ones that he loved. During preparations, Maëlle earnestly asked if she could go. She was 16 years old, she still had 9 years of life until her gommage, but she didn't want to spend it locked away in Lumiere alone. They didn't truly know what awaited them on the continent, and she figured that whatever was out there was better than what was in the city. The thought of saying goodbye to Gustav was likely too much for her to bear as well. Somehow, she convinced Gustav to take her along, and he was able to convince his sister Emma to approve Maëlle's departure. She would be part of Expedition 33 as well, and she would be attending as an accomplished sword fighter, far from deadweight. She would be a great contribution. On the final day of Monolith Year 34, when the gommage of those aged 33 would happen, Gustav stood on a rooftop, throwing rocks at the paintress on the other side of the continent. Today, he would be saying farewell to his ex-girlfriend, Sophie. She would be gommaged. They had broken up 4 years prior. He wanted children, but she didn't. Gustav was amazing with kids and a natural father figure to many, but Sophie said that she loved her children so much that she didn't want to have them. She didn't want to bring them into this world, so they parted ways. But he never really got over her, and today would be his last chance to see her again. Maëlle knew that today was going to be difficult for him, so met him with a jab about giving someone a flower before they wither and die. She meant the flower, but he of course took the chance to ask if she meant the flower or Sophie. Their banter betrays that Lumiere is dwindling in numbers. The expedition will embark after the gommage, and there's a numbness in what they're about to face. But at least they can still smile together and look forward to a higher purpose in the expedition. But for now, she reminds him that he has a flower to give. He needs to go see Sophie, and her simple advice is to just be direct with her. The duo run together on the rooftops towards the festival, to the square where Sophie is socializing, chatting about familiar and easy things to ease the tension. Before Maëlle departs to let Gustav have his time with Sophie, they have a sparring match away from the crowds. He's been more somber with each step, and a bit of a duel will wipe that tension away. It's a reprieve from the heaviness below, and though he's resistant at first, he falls right into the groove of things once battle begins. And behold, one of the finest combat systems yet executed in modern gaming. The joy of the experience matches its challenge, and it is a spectacle at each turn. Gustav takes a victory over the young Maëlle, and shortly after the two part ways, so he can see Sophie one more time. This is a world where the time of one's death is known well in advance. They've spent their entire lives counting down their days, expecting the end, and Sophie is calm on this day of her gommage. She's having a kindly conversation with others when he approaches, expressing her gratitude for her last few days. This isn't a day that she's meeting with fear or anger, it's one that she's ready to bid farewell to with love. And the appearance of Gustav is a welcome one, even if they do have a complicated past that was left unresolved. He takes a chance to tell her that he wished they'd somehow walked another path together and that they had a future together. Gustav always had hope for the future, and he wanted to continue fighting for more. Sophie didn't share in that faith, but she supported his desire to change things. In a different world, they could have been united, but not this one, and they both knew that. Sophie asks him to walk her to the harbor. It's a request to stay with her until the end. Despite the gravity of it, they're able to share laughs and banter through it. Though in more serious moments, Sophie promises that she's okay. She's had 33 good years. They walk together through the festivities where everyone left in Lumiere has gathered to say goodbye. There are some vendors to visit, activities to do, friends and acquaintances to speak with, but Sophie really wants to spend this time with the person she loves the most, Gustav. The two of them even have a bit of an agility match in the middle of the festival, and then Gustav gets to beat the absolute piss out of the putrid hellspawn that is a mime, the likes of which will always be marked as kill on sight at all cost. Overall, it is a good day, and at sundown, Gustav is presented with a gift from his apprentices and Sophie. She taught them a bit of sewing, so they modified his expedition uniform to better accommodate his prosthetic arm. She'd meant for it to be a secret gift, but the kids immediately blab on about her involvement. She wanted to do something for him before she was gone, and she wants to see him wear it. So he obliges, and they share brief words about the legacies that they will be leaving behind after tonight, and the legacy that they shared. But with the fall of the sun, they both know that it's time. So they take each other's hand. Everyone on the harbor gathers close to ready themselves for the paintress. Every year it was the same. It's like the world held its breath, light and hope faded, and the nature of one's death became apparent. For Sophie, she would face it with Gustav, but for so many others it would be a solitary affair. The great being before the monolith stirred and slowly stood to face the number of those taken that year. She wiped away those taken 12 months prior and wrote the number of those that would be taken today, 33. It was an event undeniable that couldn't be escaped or fled from. The paintress was like a god standing over children, and when her message was delivered, the gommage began. The tears many held in that day were finally allowed to come out. It's human nature to feel sorrow at the permanent goodbye. The many people Sophie and Gustav stopped to speak to that day stand on the harbor to face their gommage, some with their young children, others alone, a few with their lovers who too are vanishing at their side. And the young ones they're leaving behind are forced to band together to watch their friends and family vanish into flowers, more orphans for the city. And for Gustav and Sophie, the last words he gets to say to her are simply, "I'm here," and for her, "I know." The gentle death of the gommage slowly takes her away. Flowers, chroma, erased, leaving no trace behind. The proof of her existence, and all those who were taken that day, are the memories kept by those who loved them, who will carry on to face tomorrow, to make sure the paintress never paints again. That night, at the festival for those who still remain, things are somber but not bleak. The expedition is going to depart soon. The people still out are drinking, socializing, playing a few games. Gustav is intercepted by his friends Lucien and Catherine, who are getting a jump start on drunk grieving with a smile. No one here is in the best of headspaces, but it's Expedition 33's last night in Lumiere, so they're going to drink and socialize the night away together. Even Maël has shown up to sort of enjoy the festivities from a brooding teenager distance. He does approach and ask her to reconsider staying in Lumiere, and she argues that taking her chances out there is better than spending 9 more years here in Lumiere, but she's not really speaking with a perspective on the greater world, and her stubbornness, well, it's admirable. She's intent on going, and nothing will sway her on the matter. So he spends the evening going from person to person, having conversation, playing small games, saying goodbyes. He's gifted a lovely journal from his apprentices so he can record everything he discovers on the continent for them to read about one day. It's clear that Gustav in particular will be missed here. He was a popular fellow. Near the end of the night, his sister Emma appears to see the expedition off with a speech that he himself wrote for her. He's better with the sentimental words. She's the better decision-maker, the better politician. Emma doesn't want him to leave and is resistant to Maël going with him, but won't deny either of them their choice. She understands that this is most likely going to be the last time she sees either of them, but she doesn't let emotion control the situation. She is going to be overseeing the last generation in Lumiere, readying them for their futures with the time that she has left. Her speech is an inspiration to and acknowledgement of the loss of the expedition. They are going to face something unknown, yet also an almost certain death. But still, there's hope within them that they'll reach the other end of this world where the paintress sits, that they will battle her and deny her the chance to ever paint another death. They, as all who came before, carry the hope of Lumiere with them. At sunrise, Expedition 33's ship is prepared and departs from the city. They land upon a dark shore some time later, under a sky that's black and purple. This is a land so unlike their Lumiere. While they're unloading from the ship, a figure emerges from the dense fog, walking with a cane, fearlessly approaching the expedition leader, Alan. But this man is old, and wearing an older fashion of the expedition uniform. The Gommage just took the 33-year-olds. How could a man who looks to be in his 60s be walking around? Alan asks how he survived the Gommage and what expedition he's from, which gains the reply of a swift beheading. And time seems to slow. These people know death, but they know the gentle death of the Gommage, not violence. What's to come is like throwing children into the 7th layer of hell. This old man starts killing them rapidly, and sounds in the fog start bellowing. Things are coming to hunt them all on the beach. It is his friend Lucien that gets Gustav up and moving from his initial shock, over to the cover of a rock where others are gathering to figure out what the hell to do. They say to follow protocol, to rally at a place called the Indigo Tree, but the creeping in the fog reaches them. The beasts that they've not yet seen. One of them snatches an expeditioner, forcing the others to bolt back out into the open, where fog rolls on, making it impossible to see more than 15 feet ahead. Gustav can see his companions getting pulled away one at a time, hearing them scream in terror as unknown captors violently snatch away their lives. His own run through the fog is brief before he runs directly into the path of one, and the sight of it is so crudely evil. A creature of hands and cloth that wastes no time in trying to take him too. It's by the graceful parry of Lucien that he is saved, and it is that intervention that costs Lucien everything. Lucien is taken by the creature, and another steps in to end Gustav. He takes a direct hit from it, and the world goes dark. When he finally awakens, he is in terrible shape, bloodied from nearly head to toe. Standing up takes a few tries, and after a few steps, his heart palpitates and vision distorts. The blood loss, the stress, and the pain is going to catch up with him. He's alone with basic medical care at his disposal, but no idea where he is. There's no sign of the expedition, no sign of Mael. He's clearly far from the dark shore they landed on. Thankfully, that also means that strange man isn't in the area. That someone survived the Gommage is a source of hope, but that he was immediately hostile inspires an entirely new line of questioning centered around why someone wearing an old expedition uniform would attack another expedition. Alone but restored to full health, Gustav gets a chance at fighting in a fair fight. These must be the Nevrons that tore through the continent so long ago, just after the fracture took place. This one proves far more easy to fell than the creatures on the beach. If he's careful, he can fight his way through this forest. For a time, the walk is peaceful again, until he finds signs of past expeditions who were slaughtered here. Their deaths are twisted, though. Their bodies shouldn't be here. Something about their bodies is wrong. It's like they were turned to stone. Yet the blood staining and pooling the ground below them, it's clear enough to see. He walks through this graveyard, clearly disturbed at the unexpected sight. He's once again seeing death so far from the gentle oblivion of the Gommage that he's accustomed to. Did this happen to the rest of the expedition? Did this happen to Mael? Deep in a cave, the shock catches up to him when he finds a pile of old bodies and the fresh corpse of Catherine, his friend that he shared a drink with at the festival in Lumiere. Hers and the bodies of so many others are being used for some sick web that defies every sense of goodness. In defeat, in his shock and sadness at the loss of the expedition and loss of hope, Gustav sits beside his friend to consider if a bullet in the head wouldn't be a better ending to this. Faced with his monumental loss, it's a finale he would have pursued had it not been interrupted by a most pragmatic of individuals, Lune. She is the daughter of two brilliant expeditioners who gave their lives with the 46ers. While most children began their apprenticeships at the age of 6, hers began at 4, directly under the tutelage of her parents. Her entire life was dedicated to the studying of the paintress and the monolith. She is the last of her family. Her 2 siblings already face their gommage, and if Gustav doesn't get moving, doesn't work with her, she won't stand a chance. Expeditioners aren't meant to be alone out here. His sorrow and hopelessness are countered by her direct bluntness. As it is said of the expeditioners, when one falls, they continue, and this isn't the place for grief. Lune joins Gustav. A huge Nevron is approaching, giving them a chance to test out their gear. Hard to argue with her logic, isn't it? And what is he going to do? Let her do all the fighting while he mourns amongst a wall of corpses? Bringing this big boy down rewards them with a picto, courtesy of Gustav's Lumina converter. They will collect a huge variety of these pictos as they go, each giving them a special sort of benefit in combat. Should they choose, these pictos will give them a great deal of choice when it comes to playstyle, or they can choose a few that they like and stick with it. The addition of another party member, of Lune, lightens the burden for Gustav. There's another to help him, another who will need his help. There's no giving up allowed anymore. They chat as they venture, about Nevrons, the expedition, about the flags of past expeditions that they find. It's interesting to see where the past groups ventured and what they specialized in. Some of them laid groundwork that they are directly benefiting from now, like the Climbers expedition that set handholds in the rocks for them to use. In a clearing, they find an apparently non-hostile Nevron who can communicate, who tried to communicate with a long-lost expedition. It's surrounded by the bodies of Expedition 81, and it gives them a chance to stop and piece together the scene, to realize that something about the way Nevrons kill locks chroma within the bodies of humans. It doesn't allow them to dissipate like normal. The Nevron chimes in that it needs light, that it was painted to never plunge others into darkness. It's perplexing that the paintress would create something like this, and the Nevron asks for their help to find its light. Gustav offers it some resin for its lamp and lights it with a gunshot, and though it only lights the lamp for a moment, the Nevron is heartened. It says it sees the path it needs to walk, that it felt its mistress guiding it. They could choose to attack this Nevron now, or just let it go in peace. The choice is theirs. In this case, they let it go, and they will find more beings like this in the future, all somehow incomplete and in need of their aid, at the mercy of whoever is willing to answer their request. The indigo tree isn't far away, but the path reaching it is rough. It's riddled with hostile Nevrons, which doesn't bode well for the other survivors. But the duo make it to a clearing before the tree and spot another of Expedition 33. What's at first hopeful turns heinous when the poor man is impaled by what looks like a root. A huge Nevron camping the tree ambushes them all, proving the indigo tree is not a safe gathering place. This longer battle tests their mettle and teaches them that in both combat and defense, they can have synergy if they think things through. They come out on the other side with little damage taken and greater power at their disposal as a result. Alone, they're vulnerable, but united, the expeditioners are immensely difficult to break. Gustav had hoped that Mael would be here at the indigo tree, waiting with other survivors, but no one else is here. All they find is a note stating that someone, took Mael to the weird corals in the north. Look for a door inside a hut. That it wasn't signed goes against their protocol, and they knew where they were going before they left the tree, so who wrote this? Lune is suspicious that it's a trap, and insists that they remain here for 3 days to await other survivors, as is protocol, but Gustav is having none of it. His only concern is reaching Mael, and protocol doesn't account for their expedition being practically wiped out by a single man as soon as they reach land. It's a struggle that he ultimately wins simply because he's not going to wait around, and protocol also states that they're never to move solo. Once out of the woods, options open up to them. They can go straight for the weird corals to the north, do some exploring, or make a camp and get some rest. They decide to do the latter to recharge a bit because the last day hasn't been the easiest, and it gives them a chance to make peace with one another. They have had their fair share of headbutting already over what the next course of action should be, and some high emotion over what happened on that beach. Gustav's emotions turn explosive against Lune's insistence on sticking to the mission. It's like she's refusing to remember the old man and the absolute doom that he brought down. Does she really expect that a few expeditioners can bring down the Paintress? But she reminds him that he swore an oath. When one falls, they continue. When. And Maëlle swore the same oath. They're all expected to die, and the future of Lumiere is more important than any individual. Gustave is hell-bent on saving everyone, but so was everyone who came before him. Lune's need to adhere to protocol and operating procedures makes her rigid and difficult at times. Gustave's unwillingness to slow down can make his decision-making dangerous. They both want the same thing, though. They can at least lay more groundwork for those who come after. Things don't have to end here. After a bit of journaling and a good night of rest, they're ready to get back at it, with far less tension between them. They wander the continent for a bit, searching out some of the secrets of the land and fighting some powerful Nevrons that are roaming, but for the most part, they opt to stay on track and end up at the Weird Corals, more properly known as the Flying Waters. It's another wondrous place where the laws of physics just don't apply. Gustave and Lune walk through the waters as though on land, with no indication that weight is anything other than completely natural. Yet above them, gorgeous creatures and objects float or swim. They find remnants of Expedition 68 within, who was thought lost during a storm long ago. Many survived only to be cut down by Nevrons in the corals. Speaking of, the Nevrons here are unlike the ones that Gustave and Lune saw out in the forests. It seems that wherever they go, the Nevrons will match the theme or the mood of the environment, as though by design. With that variety comes variance in combat. Sometimes they can think creatively and use the Nevrons' own weapons against them. The expeditioners can never be lax or lazy, especially when it's their turn to be on the defensive. Some of these Nevrons are blindingly fast, and they will be expected to dodge or parry effectively if they don't want to take devastating loads of damage. It might seem unfair at first, too fast, too unexpected, too long of a delay on a hit. But they just have to learn the dance and listen for the right time to counter their enemies. It all comes together to truly make for a wonderful, engaging combat experience. The hut described in that note at the Indigo Tree is impossible to miss. If this place wasn't so damn dangerous, it would be a serene sight. But nothing is apparently a threat here, so they carefully approach, and they find a fancy door attached to nothing inside. With no other option, Gustave pushes open the door, and both of them are teleported someplace new as someone watches them from a distance. This is a level of opulence not often seen in this world. Works of art line the walls of this pristine manor, the halls are immaculate, and there is not a sound to be heard or a soul to be seen. They find the dining hall empty and the doors locked tight, save one. It's a cozy bedroom, with Maëlle sitting safely inside. She's sitting at a desk, reading quietly. Gustave's happy relief is her initial confusion, if he's even real. Their reunion is certainly joyous for both of them, but it's followed by apologies from Gustave for things that Maëlle doesn't quite understand. She doesn't know that he was taken to the edge after the beach, that he nearly ended things before Lune made her presence known. He was in shock, he had been terrorized. He thought that she was gone, and it almost cost him this moment. But her forgiveness is quick, and she doesn't need an explanation. She says she doesn't quite know what happened after the beach. She does recall being there, but then she woke up here, with no memory of who left a message for them at the Indigo Tree. She's been here safe, with this being. She's not certain as to what he is, but he's been helpful, has been strengthening her pictos, has been training her in combat. Lune can tell that the chroma of this being is unlike any of the hostile Nevrons, and it doesn't attack or even seem menacing, so perhaps it will be an ally to the now trio as they move forward. They're free to look around the manor, and this being meets them at the exit of the manor after they've had their fill of snooping around. And it seems to be able to communicate a bit with Maëlle, at least. It's called the Curator, and it wants to have one last bout of training with Maëlle before she leaves. It teaches all of the group how to jump through undodgeable and unparryable attacks, and then how to counterattack after a successful jump. It only goes on for a few rounds, but it is a lesson that is valuable, and it will be used countless times over. Maëlle asks the Curator if it would like to accompany them on their journey, and while it won't be joining them in the party directly, it will station itself at their camp to provide weapon and team upgrades. Exiting the manor while debating what to do next, a most interesting prospect presents itself, a real gestrel, much to Lune's delight. This is Noko, and clearly he is a most brave being, willing to stand up to any creature that he deems a threat. But Mayel is well acquainted with Noko, and tells him to stand down to knock it off. Noko and many traveling merchants like him will trade items for chroma, but will trade even better items should one of them best the gestrel in one-on-one combat. Lune would love to visit the gestrel village nearby, which would be a detour from their mission of reaching the paintress, but Noko says that to reach the paintress, they'll have to cross another sea. And since they have no fins, they're pretty much dead in the water, but if they talk to Golgra, the gestrel chief, she might be able to help them out. Lune would get to see the gestrel village, they would get some much-needed aid, so win-win. The fight out of the corals is tough. The addition of a third-party member is valued, because 2 people may not have cut it here. Near the end of the zone, they encounter a being called Goblu, who is so very familiar to Mayel somehow, who only attacks when Gustav picks a red flower in the middle of its arena. It reminds her of something from a painting that she once knew, in a place that was like home, and she doesn't feel fear of this thing like she should, not even after their fight ends. Gustav chases it off before her memory is able to reconcile why she recognizes this being. Lune doesn't approve of his aggression towards it. He rather sees all Nevrons as threats to be ended swiftly, whereas she would rather take a studious approach when possible. And chasing off Goblu denied Mayel the opportunity to interact with it. The girl will be fine, she chastises. Take that, Gustav. Before venturing to the gestrel village, the trio set up camp for a rest, and Mayel is plagued by a nightmare of a man whose face she should know, yet she's never seen. He's wearing expedition clothes, standing before a woman with a violent tension between them. Then herself, holding an expedition armband, screaming at the paintress. The dream wakes her up, keeps her up, and soon Gustav follows suit. Dreams have been troubling him as well, so he joins his ward by playfully throwing some rocks at the paintress. It's been one of his quirky pastimes, a small act of rebellion and humor. She admits that being out here, it isn't what she was expecting. She understands that out here, the nature of death isn't like what it was in Lumiere. There, it was easy, it was predictable, and it ended gently. It's one thing to lose a person by watching them fade away. They may have even adapted to the violence of the Nevrons, but it's something completely different to watch them be decimated by another human. That old man, he was truly the stuff of nightmares. Gustav is able to explain why it may trouble her so deeply, the differences in the deaths that she's witnessed and how it differs from the Gommage. Though, at their core, they are the same. Death is death. The Gommage is gentle, but it's a sort of violence too. After they talk about it a bit, he asks her for a promise that if death approaches, if that man from the beach appears, he wants her to run. Perhaps it's a corny request, but she agrees to it if he will do the same, and he absolutely complies without a second of hesitation. If he sees a single gray hair, he is bolting. Gustav also takes a moment to speak with Lune about what is coming up, the gestrel village. She's clearly excited about it, and her happiness is reflected in her music. She's playing her guitar, something that she's not done since they left Lumiere, and she's smiling. She believes that all of this boils down to a war of information. After 70 years, there's so much that they don't know about the paintress and her motivations. Yet, he believes that if they simply bring down the paintress, they'll allow future generations to solve those mysteries. Though she could pick apart his logic, she doesn't. He's talking about the future, about succeeding, and that means Gustav's head is really back in the game. That is worth celebrating. Getting Mayel back brought him back from the shock, reminded him of their mission, whose future he is really fighting for. He takes a few extra minutes to write in his journal, and then he calls it quits for the night. Noko told them about the gestrel village, that it was nestled in red trees, and it's really easy to spot where they were talking about. They tour the area for a while, checking out secrets and world foes, but find themselves in a predicament once in the Red Forest. There is a lot of terrain to search, and they can hear things in the forest, even at the entrance. before delving into the heart of things, on a cliffside, they find a strange spirit dressed like a young boy, just calmly standing there. He recognizes them as an expedition. He has seen many like them come through before, as well as gestrels and other creations. This used to be a place of joy, and he misses everyone's laughter. People whose names start with Re and Clair, but he can't remember their full names. Those memories were washed away, which is the last thing that he has to say. In the guts of the forest, they find a whole load of dead Nevrons. Something tore through them like butter, and is going to try to do the same to them. An alarm goes off, identifying them as Nevrons, gestrels, in their version of mech armor that I can only pronounce as sack of potatoes. Destroying these hardy as hell sack of potatoes will knock the gestrels out, and remember, gestrels love to fight. Sometimes they're a bit overzealous about it. And these guys have been protecting the village from Nevrons, so they're happily attacking everything on sight. But they think Gustav's prosthetic arm is really, really cool. So the defeated gestrels agree that if the expeditioners will promise to help them design an even better sack of potatoes, then they will show them exactly where the gestrel village is in this massive forest. The fighting there is rough because of all the sack of potatoes on the road, but it's well worth it. The gestrel village is a haphazard and unexpected sort of cool, and a special treat especially for Lune. They get to interact with some real odd ones, buy interesting items, get into some fights, listen to music. The gestrels come in a wide variety of shapes and sizes, as well as mannerisms and moods and intelligence. After an initial tour of the village, they end up at the chief's hut, where gestrels line the path to the one and only Golgra. Their ability to defeat the sack of potatoes has impressed her, so she's willing to grant them an audience. There have been other expeditions who have passed through the village. Every few years they come by, obsessed with the paintress asking their questions. She's had to deal with the white-haired man before that killed most of Expedition 33. He came through the village once and tried to destroy it. The gestrels can be reborn via the sacred river. Him doing that was an act of cruelty and or an effort to impede expeditions who might go to the gestrels for aid. It took time, but they were able to rebuild after his visit. Since this group has no boat to cross the sea to the paintress, she tells them that they need to find a being called Esquier, a mystic creature that Lune is thrilled to hear actually exists. He doesn't live too far from the village, but she'll only give them the password to his cave if they can prove their worthiness of it in the gestrel arena. She doesn't want anyone visiting Esquier that he could, accidentally kill. It turns out this legendary tournament is legendary because the competitors are all old gestrels. They're entering a tournament to beat up the elderly. But that's not to say that Bertrand Big Hands isn't to be taken seriously, and the gestrels are very intense about their fighting. So Gustav is offered up as tribute for the fights, and he works his way up through the ranks all the way to the final challenger, the Stranger, the current champion of the gestrel arena. She wears the garb of Expedition 33. It is Ciel, an old friend of Lune and Gustav, a once dear friend to the gommaged Sophie. The gestrels want a fight, so the reunited companions will oblige with a show match, Gustav versus Ciel. Back in Lumiere, Ciel was a farmer who wielded a double-edged scythe, who eventually became a teacher instead. She has a strong affinity for the stars and moon, using their magics in conjunction with her powerful melee attacks. Her father instilled that respect and love for the cosmic into her, even teaching her how to speak to the stars when she was troubled, as though telling prayers in story. As so many others in Lumiere, she has known loss and grief her entire life. But Ciel, too, has felt unique cruelty in her losses. There are things she does not speak of, because even years later the pain is too deep. So we too will respect that privacy until she chooses otherwise. In the end, it doesn't really matter who wins between the expeditioners, because they're all reunited and have one more to add to the team. Ciel will be a powerful addition to the team and a temperament anchor when moods go sideways and arguing begins. She is quick to find compromises and difficult to tilt. She says that after the beach, she woke up in a yellow forest, and a gestrel guided her here. She was okay spending her last year in this place, just living with the gestrels, fighting in the arena as a champion until her gommage. There are worse fates after all. It was kind of a happy place to be. But a deal is a deal. Golgra is satisfied at their performance, so we'll give them the password to Esquia's nest, which is "Get out of my way," and it must be yelled at maximum volume. Very on brand for the Jestrels. The group is welcome to return as they please. They can count themselves as friends to the Jestrels now. Golgra will have the back door left open for them if they want to come back. On their way out, during one last look around, they find another manor door connected to nothing, being guarded by a Jestrel. He says that it is a sacred place and informs them that these doors are all over the continent. He's surprised that they've been inside them, though. The doors won't open for the Jestrels. Every door that the group finds will take them to a different section of the manor. Sometimes they'll find interesting items, currency, bits of information, secrets, or world building. It would greatly benefit them to hunt down every single door and reconnect the sections of the house. They're not terribly difficult to find. It will just take a keen eye and attention to detail to sniff them out. At camp that night, Gustav sits with Ciel for a while to check in on the unusually quiet woman. He knows enough about her to understand that she carries significant burdens, but she too is a private person who will say no and mean no when it comes to personal conversations. And in this case, she declined opening up as to what's on her mind, but there's no hard feelings about it, and he understands. Instead, he shifts the conversation to a bright spot in their past, Aqua Farm 3, back when they were bright-eyed and believed that they were making a difference. Gustav hasn't lost that hope, believes that they still are, but Ciel has gentle trepidation in her agreement with his positivity. Sometime later in the night, all of them gather around the fire to discuss the wonders of what they've seen with the Jestrels, and that they're actually going to see the Esquia. Lune and Ciel in particular are ecstatic over the prospect, but as they speak, Maëlle feels something and is pulled into a colorless, time-halted phase where a young woman her exact size is waiting. Her hair is colorless, an eye is missing, and she wears a mask to cover an obviously horribly burned face. It's hard to tell what her intentions are because she's impossible to read, but she approaches slowly with an outstretched hand towards Maëlle. Things seem okay until the white-haired man from the beach appears, calling this girl Alicia, chastising her for not staying home, and that it's not good for her to be seeing this. And then something else unexpected. Alicia turns agitated at Maëlle, and the white-haired man calmly says that everything happening is Maëlle's fault and she doesn't know it. Her confusion on the matter is of no consequence to him, and he warns her that she's only going to make things worse for everyone, that she needs to take her friends and go home, let them have their final year of life. His warning falls on deaf ears. Her weapon comes out and she is removed from the phase, taken back to camp where everyone is still talking about the Jestrels and Esquia. The shift in her demeanor is immediately apparent. Panicked emotion floods to the surface, but her explanation of what just took place makes as much sense to them as it does to her. Something is her fault. She's going to make things worse. There was a woman with a mask with the white-haired man. They don't get much more before Gustav insists on the topic being dropped for the night. But really, what more is there to tell anyways? Esquia's nest lies to the east, shining under the sun, surrounded by mushrooms and towering stone. The entrance to the cavern is being guarded by a big Jestrel who doesn't seem very aggro about their presence. But Golgra told them that the password had to be delivered loudly, and they don't want to mess things up, so Gustav is volunteered to loudly screech, "Get out of my way," at the Jestrel, who recoils at the little human suddenly aggressively yelling at him. All he had to do was give the password. He didn't have to be rude. He didn't even know what the password was. Gustav could have said it was anything. And this guy, his manners won't allow him to proceed without trying to explain himself to the Jestrel and apologize, even though they have the memory of a goldfish and they don't really care about manners. In the caves, Maëlle remarks that this place gives her a sense of déjà vu, but Ciel oddly feels it too. The light of this place that Esquia feeds off of is familiar. But in the main chamber, at least at first, there's no mystic being to be found in the pools. What does fly in to greet them isn't what one might expect the mighty, fearsome, most powerful creature in existence to be. This is Esquier, who is truly impossible to dislike in any fashion. Ciel happily greets him, and he greets her back with a striking familiarity, calling her his terrible swimmer friend and asking if she's finally here to learn to swim. She's sure that they've never met before, and she hates water, so she wouldn't want to learn to swim. Gustave steps in to ask if he can aid in passage across the sea, and Esquier proves to be a bit difficult to understand. He tends to speak in riddles and with whimsy, but he gets what they're after. He could carry them, but they'd altogether be a bit too heavy for him. They'll need the help of his rock, Flory. Esquier's special rocks give him these special powers, see? And he has a habit of misplacing them, because if he misplaces them, then that means he gets to go have an adventure in finding them again with his friends. So if they want his help, they'll need to go get Flory, who was stolen away by his arch-nemesis, his next-door neighbor Francois. Better than having to trek halfway across the world into Nevron territory to find it, so sure, they'll go get Flory from Francois. Ciel asks in private before walking away how he seems to know her, but the answer she gets is another riddle of sorts, about not tripping over mountains but stumbling over stones. It doesn't make any sense. He's not going to give a straight answer, so for now, she moves on to assist with Francois, who is almost the exact opposite of Esquier. Francois's lair isn't far from Esquier's home, and at first it looks like there's nothing there, until a mound of rocks starts ominously yelling at them like an angry old man with a shotgun whose lawn is being walked on by neighborhood kids. In his defense, they did just walk into his home without permission, and they called him a talking rock when he's clearly a turtle, and they're here to steal from him for Esquier. Francois proves to actually be a really dangerous opponent, and behind his anger, he hides a mountain of sadness for a friend that left him long ago. His dearest friend would come here to play with him what felt like centuries past, but she just stopped so suddenly, left him here abandoned, and Francois became bitterly lonely. He's immobile, and his only company has been Esquier, and though he is a delightful being, he could probably drive anyone crazy after a few decades. Defeating Francois earns them the rock that they were sent to retrieve, and the further ire of the turtle, who threatens that he'll never stop chasing them. Esquier is thrilled to have his Flory rock back, but there is drama afoot because this isn't Flory, and Fran knew it the whole time. He knew that Esquier left Flory on the Stone Wave Cliffs. He finds this whole thing to be quite funny. But Esquier won't let this get him down. The offer still stands. If they can get Flory, he'll get them across the sea to the Paintress. He used to travel all the time with others when he had Flory, like with his best friend Verso. They would travel everywhere together. The Stone Wave Cliffs are to the north, and he will accompany them as a mostly passive presence. When the team is ready, they head north for the cliffs to find that precious Flory. At camp that night, Gustave sits with Mayel as she throws rocks at the Paintress to talk about how withdrawn she's been since she saw the white-haired man and the masked girl in that dream state. She admits that she felt like they knew her in a way that she didn't understand, but that's a feeling that she's had her entire life. People just get things that she doesn't, so she's never fit in. And it's even happening out here, when things were just starting to feel good. Gustave grew up a bit of a weirdo himself, and at 32 years old, he's a relatively old man for this world. She values his words, so when he offers guidance, she listens. She says that for him, it helps to focus on what he does understand, on the people that do matter to him, that he does care about, and to remember that if those people are near, then he's really not alone even if he's lost. She can always talk to him because they're family. At least that's what the paperwork says. As usual, he goes around to have chats with everyone and to see to the gear. Esquier is strangely delightful, makes mentions of his best friend Verso again, also mentions his arch-nemesis Francois being his best friend. Lune and Mayel are still thrilled at the massive creature's presence in their camp. Ciel has quiet words with Gustave to talk about what happened to him after the beach, when he considered killing himself. Ciel has been to dark places, and he doesn't even need to say the words for her to know where his heart was. She's happy that Lune found him before it was too late, just like someone found her long ago. Unbeknownst to Mael, that night, the white-haired man and the masked girl Alicia return while she sleeps, so that Alicia might confront her own inner turmoil for a while. She speaks to the white-haired man with no words that anyone else could ever hear, for her own voice no longer works. She speaks to him of Mael's innocence, that she envies the sleeping girl for not knowing who she is. Therefore, she is not who she truly is. Mael's sins have been forgotten, and so she is absolved of them. She's been free to live a life unburdened in a playground, while they have to live in the shadows of it, forced to struggle for life as though they were weeds resisting death. She ends her dialogue with confirmation that she and this man are fellows against those who do not realize what they are. The next major stop are the stone wave cliffs on the northern side of the landmass. There's a surprising remnant from a past expedition here, Expedition 50's Wheel, which was used like a vehicle to cross the world. It was attacked by a great serpent of the sea and it had to be abandoned. Could have been something similar to this massive Nevron creature that did it. God, this thing is the size of a skyscraper, but never fear, Esquier flies in to signal that his rock flurry is definitely near, and then he inflates himself up like a balloon to shoot himself through the Nevron like a torpedo, completely destroying it with one swift motion, all the while woohooing to himself. To their knowledge, he is the most powerful creature in this world. The only thing stopping Esquier from finding Flory himself is his lazy nature. The cliffs are hard going. The Nevrons here are a cut above those previously encountered, and the expeditions that came through before suffered the violent indifference of the white-haired man long ago. They come across that ghostly young boy again, yet it seems to not quite remember them. He does recognize them, as he says that he's seen them countless times before. He's never grasped their essence. He says they're like everything she has created, like the creature of darkness at the end of these cliffs, beautiful and deadly, her favorite combination. Is he talking about the paintress? I mean, isn't she the one who painted the Nevrons into existence? But the young boy says that painting such things is not like the paintress, not the one they're thinking of. The person who did create them was once his best friend, who outgrew him, who found more important friends who left him behind. He does not know more, though, and he goes silent. Exploration through the cliffs is an hours-long affair that the team takes their time with. The enemies are difficult, the terrain is tricky, and there are corners leading to paths that simply demand to be searched. They inevitably find themselves at a path down the side of the cliff where Esquier can sense Flory's presence. Their goal is near, and with Flory, they'll be able to cross the sea. As the party treks down the cliffside path, lanterns start lighting up, dozens of them, littering the ground. At first, it's a bit neat, almost welcoming, but as it becomes darker and the lanterns greater in number, it feels more oppressive, like they're being watched, and every second feels longer than the last. Then, the source of the lights. It looks like something from the beach that took out the expedition, but it's an entirely new design and terrifyingly so. It's covered in arms, surrounded by its own lights, with no face to focus attention onto. This is the Lamp Master, and it's been waiting. The team starts by taking out as many of its lights as possible, which quickly proves to be a sound strategy. It launches attacks at them through the lanterns that they don't remove, testing their ability to dodge or parry in succession. If they're confident, they can ignore the lanterns, go for higher damage attacks with their AP, really bank on their ability to dodge and parry. It's player's choice. But the Lampmaster will also launch himself at the team to deal devastating melee attacks that are hard to read and dodge. Overall, he's a difficult opponent to get used to. After several rounds and a few close calls, the team launches the Lampmaster from the fight arena into the ocean waters below, delivering a defeat to the mighty Nevron. They have a moment of quiet victory to overlook the ocean and just breathe easy knowing they took victory, until trouble rumbles. As Gustav feared, misfortune would rear its ugly head again. The Lampmaster emerges from the waves for round 2, and he starts with the first round of hits. and once the first blast has been dealt, a second weapon is pulled. This round 2 is a far more demanding walk across a tightrope for the team. Failure to succeed in countering the Lampmaster can take huge chunks of health away, or result in a debuff, or just an outright KO. Taking him down is a several round affair that is hard earned, and for their efforts, they are rewarded with Flory. What an adventure it was to get it back to. Esquier can now carry them across the sea like a boat. All they need to do is jump aboard. Ciel hates water, but takes the leap down the cliff with Lune, while Maëlle and Gustave lag behind a bit. The paintress is so very, very close now. She's actually within their reach. Maëlle asks if he wants to throw a rock at her, and yeah, the others are waiting. But Gustave can't resist the opportunity to potentially beam the paintress in the face with an act of rebellion, so he begins to search for the perfect stone to chuck at her. The party is split. The 2 on the cliffside are distracted, their guard is lowered. It's the perfect time for an intervention, to isolate and act against Maëlle, the one who carries an accusation against her, the one who caused all of this, according to him, the white-haired man. This attack will break her, because she has to be alone. From the shadows, the white-haired man pierces Gustave with an attack that none could hope to mend. A shot of pure chroma through his body. They'd promised one another that they would run if death approached, and he's here. But the white-haired man puts Maëlle into a cage, and Gustave isn't going anywhere. Even if he could, he would never leave Maëlle here. Despite her soft plea for him to do so, he would rather break that promise than abandon the tomorrow that he is fighting for. So, while at death's door, he'll face an untouchable foe, in hopes that it will somehow save the one he promised to raise and protect. He tries to ask the old man why, but there's no humanity to appeal to. So, weapons it will be. Despite how impossible it is, Gustave still tries. He speaks to the old man. He tries to reason with him, asks him to leave Maëlle in peace. He heals through what he can, and when nothing else has worked, he starts to attack. But he does so little to the white-haired man. The noise of their confrontation does draw Lune and Ciel's attention eventually, but the Lampmaster returns to prevent them from intervening in the fight. Gustave is on his own, so in a last-ditch attempt to stop the white-haired man before he can inflict his own violence again, Gustave unloads everything he has against him, a lightning attack so strong that it detaches his prosthetic from his body, and there's nothing to show from it. The white-haired man rises, heals completely, and approaches again. And what is he to do now, against an unstoppable force, when his kin is the next target? Stand aside and flee? The expeditions were built for those who come after, and this is no different. This is the end they all face in different ways, and he will meet his with no regret, as any brother or father would. Gustave rushes the white-haired man one last time for Maëlle for tomorrow. He's handed a quick death on the Stone Wave Cliffs. Expedition 33 has lost another. Gustave was Maëlle's anchor in normalcy, who gave her a family after a childhood full of chaos. She had to watch evil kill him. She's able to break the cage that was holding her back, but Gustave is gone, and nothing will change that now. The white-haired man softly approaches and says that what he's going to do is a kindness, it's not a cruelty, and he pushes her out of this world, to a space between, devoid of color, where 2 voices argue over her presence. One of them, an older woman, is upset that she's here. She says that Maëlle is weak, and asks the other presence how they could let her take such a risk. The other, an older man, accusingly says that the older woman only cares when things are in front of her, and then he turns his attention towards Maëlle. He calls her his sweet child, says that she was supposed to stay home, and to not worry. He asks her to just stay put here, but the woman's voice demands Maëlle be sent home. Their argument is deeply personal, yet it doesn't make any sense. How does Maëlle know these 2, and how is she involved in their spat? In defiance of them both, Maëlle forces her way back to the Stone Wave Cliffs before the white-haired man. While unexpected, he doesn't flinch at her return, and he approaches again. With greater conviction, he explains that while she may not understand things, they both want the same thing, what's best for their families. He tried to warn her. He raises his weapon to strike, and the one who has been in the shadows this entire time, who could have intervened but chose not to, finally emerges to do so for the girl. Clear familiarity between them doesn't mean affection, but not quite animosity either. The one who intervened, the younger man, chastises the white-haired man for his actions, for his long life, for holding on at another's expense. Yet the white-haired man claims that his lifetime was spent with his family torn apart and he wants them back, as though to justify his every deed witnessed by even just Expedition 33, as though to justify outright murder. But the stranger pushes back even deeper, saying that while he is not their family, the one above waiting is Alicia. It's a challenge to the older man to dare carrying out cruelty in front of Alicia, someone that he cares deeply about. This gives the stranger an opening to stop what's happening here, to see Maëlle safely away. He will take care of the white-haired man, and he will tend to Gustav's body. The older man asks him if he's ready for the consequences of what he has chosen, and the stranger replies that the paintress will never paint again. Maëlle has the expedition, but her reason for being here was Gustav. He was her guardian, her guide, and his death was cruel. Not quick at the hands of a Nevron, not a gentle drift from the Gummage. And she's still young, a teenager, who is handling something so consuming. It is Esquier who first finds her, and the being simply approaches to hold her close. She doesn't need somebody consoling her, telling her how to process or what to feel. She will spend this long, terrible night in the comforting presence of Esquier. After Maëlle has drifted off to sleep, Lune and Ciel sit together at the camp to process what has taken place. They were both longtime friends of Gustav, and though they know that they're all expected to die out here, that doesn't make the loss any easier. They've had 32 years to get used to the inevitability. Poor Maëlle has had half that time to prepare. Those two once sat together to mourn a great loss after their parents died. To Ciel, it's felt like whenever they're together, it's been to grieve. And, in true Lune fashion, she refocuses back to the mission rather than dwell on emotion. They must continue north for the Monolith. Not because they're going to succeed, but because they need to make progress for next year's expedition. Their chances will be better because of the work that they've done here. Ciel sees through her compulsive need to focus on the goal and tells her simply that it's okay and that tomorrow will still come. Later that night, the stranger enters the camp. First before the curator, as though the two were already acquainted, before moving on to speak with Lune and Ciel, while Maëlle is allowed to rest with Esquier. He has brought Gustav's prosthetic and directions on how best to reach the Monolith. He is going to be faced with several questions and suspicion, and rightfully so, but this man presents with a quiet charisma that's a bit disarming. It's easy to see him as an immediate ally, and maybe he is. He seems to want to reach the Paintress as well, so if their goals align, maybe an alliance can be entertained. He apologizes for not being able to save Gustav, while omitting that he was watching the entire time and chose not to intervene, for reasons that we need not divulge right now. The secrets are going to become maddening. This man was also an expeditioner long ago, Expedition 0, which makes him about 100 years old. He claims to not know how, but that some of the old expeditioners stopped aging, like the white-haired man, Renoir Dessendre, his commander, who he believes his immortality is a gift from the Paintress. Not necessarily an outright lie, but still a lie by omission. He knows exactly where their immortality comes from, though, in his defense, he's not obligated to tell these expeditioners his life story now, is he? This man is Verso, full name, Verso Dessendre, though he leaves out his family ties. It would further complicate things, and he cut ties with Renoir long ago. His family is none of their business. Verso says that Renoir doesn't want the paintress to be killed because he rather enjoys immortality, and that he himself does not because losing everyone he's known while being forced to live on has worn him down, so he wants to join them. The discussion has roused Mayel, whose sorrow has settled into a need for vengeance. She wants to kill Renoir, and if that requires killing the paintress first, then so be it. Verso introduces himself properly, and he joins Expedition 33 on their journey to bring down the paintress. Verso has been checking in on Mayel from a distance her entire life. He was tasked in doing so by one of the invaders, the younger woman. She looks so much like Alicia, his little sister, who still remains in the care of their father, Renoir, and Verso knows why. The invader told him everything about this girl before she was even born. He's been waiting for her. She is his chance to end all of this, but those are secrets we're going to have to wait a bit longer to unravel. For now, things can be a bit easier and innocent. Acquaintances can be made, and he can reunite with Esquier. He is a very dear friend that he's not seen for over 3 years. Now that they're together, they can adventure again and find Esquier's rocks. The big guy promises that he's kept Verso's stories a secret. He won't betray his friend. For a while, the two best buds chat at the fireside, catching up on the time that they have spent apart. Ciel speaks with Mayel in confidence, undoubtedly to comfort and help her through what's happened, so Verso gives them space. But by the next morning, when the sun is rising, he decides to approach the young woman as she throws rocks at the paintress. There are 100 things that he could say, but almost all of them must remain unsaid for the sake of the mission, bringing down the paintress. He decides to apologize for his late arrival, to offer condolences, but she wants none of it. She's had a life of condolences, empty apologies, and lost families. She would rather this man just left her alone right now, and he'll respect that request. Though before he goes, Verso quietly leaves for Mayel Gustav's journal. It's her turn to write in it now, to honor his memory and carry on his legacy. Verso's guidance takes them north, to possibly the worst landscape they've encountered thus far, an old battlefield, covered in piles of corpses of long-lost expeditions. Verso is numb to it. Lune just keeps her concern on the mission. Ciel remains silent, and Mayel focuses on Gustav's prosthetic and burying him. This is absolutely not the spot for that, but Mayel seems to be holding on by a thread, and Lune's gentle insistence that protocol won't allow for it sure as hell doesn't help. Ciel is a natural solution finder, and offers that they can find a nice spot for Gustav someplace else, which Verso sides with. He knows of a beautiful place that they can lay him to rest, outside the sight of the paintress, but they need to get through this hell on earth first. One Nevron caused the bulk of this carnage, but Verso hasn't seen it for some years now. Hopefully they can cross this old battlefield without confronting it, but they won't make it through without facing some hostility. There is a relatively short, clear path directly through the field to their objective on the other side, but it would benefit them to take a detour to discover what happened to the other expeditions that came through here. The 41st expedition was here, hunting Nevrons in the end, as though in competition when they no longer had the manpower to carry on towards the paintress. Another was Expedition 57, who came through with siege engines to topple the Monolith, but once they realized how truly massive it was, they despaired and saw how futile the effort was. Another shade or spirit is here, this one of a young woman, who speaks only to Mayel. She asks the girl if she has sufficiently recovered, and if so, then she can help because there is much left to do. Mayel's confusion is met with slight disappointment. Seems the spirit would rather be focusing on a mission of vengeance to settle a conflict once and for all, but she has to be here instead, and it's rather agitating. The spirit tells Mayel that it's probably for the best that she doesn't get involved anyways, given what Mayel has caused. She should just go play with her friends while she handles things, and that's all she has to say. Her tone was enough to make anyone feel like they're 2 inches tall. Whoever this spirit is or was, she's unpleasant and highly motivated. Whatever this vengeance is that she mentioned is left entirely unclear. On a bridge, beyond the forgotten battlefield, Verso checks in with Mayel, who is still clutching Gustav's prosthetic. They're almost to the site that he offered, and he knows from experience that burying a loved one is difficult at every step. And her outburst at the question is a reminder that she's still young. She's not numb to what death can do to a person, and unable to grasp how others grieve when all she can do is hear her own shattering pain. She asks accusingly if all the death around them doesn't bother Verso, and then she turns it towards Lune and Ciel, and asks how they continue on like this if Gustav is dead, like nothing happened. Before the young one continues and says something that can't be taken back, Ciel steps in with a firm reminder. They have to continue. It's not a matter of if, but when one falls, and she knows that. It's a step away from telling her that their silence doesn't mean that they're not in pain too. If Ciel hadn't stopped Mael, then the one who massacred the expeditions would have. That Nevron, who slaughtered so many, has been watching, and the party is completely distracted. It descends directly into the middle of them and brings the bridge down. They all tumble down, down, down to where escape will not be easy. This Nevron, the duelist, trapped and killed hundreds of expeditioners here as well, creating a pool of blood for them to land in. Verso has only seen this thing once, long ago. The sheer amount of death it's inflicted is nightmarish, and it's no mystery how it was able to do it. It's brutally efficient with its sword, but it's fighting a group that has been parrying and dodging the hell out of every Nevron possible. They counter the duelist's every attack, turning damage directly back at it, debuffing it, and within a few rounds, force it into a second phase with another weapon drawn. It's admittedly a far tougher game now against this Nevron. Longer attack combos, faster swings, more punishing hits for failing to dodge or parry. Since the loss of Gustav and the addition of Verso, there's been a tension and division between all of them. Destroying the duelist forces them into jolly cooperation. They cut the Nevron down with a series of powerful strikes, ending its decades-long spree and avenging the many who fell victim to its blades. Lune approaches Mael to gently tell her that all this death around them, this is what they're fighting for. They have to continue on for them, for what they gave up. The ones who came before have made this journey possible for them. The spot that Verso spoke of isn't far away. They make their way back up from the pit to the other side of the bridge and find the tree. It's surrounded by other memorial sites, people that Verso has lost over the years as well. Though beautiful, it is sobering and a glimpse into his past. He's sharing this place with them, with Mael, with Gustav. This is a moment for them to each have separately, at least at first. They knew him in their own ways and feel the loss uniquely. But they all want him to rest easy, to know that they will continue what he started, that they will fight for what he wanted, to ensure that tomorrow comes for everything they all love. Mael vows vengeance against the Paintress and Renoir, that she will save everyone in Lumiere just like he wished to do. Ciel wishes for open skies and freedom from the sorrows of death and asks him to say hello to Sophie for her. Lune assures him that he can leave it to them. If given the chance, they're words that they would all say to him, but that's part of the cruelty of death. You sometimes don't realize the importance of the words until it's too late to say them. He was taken so suddenly, so ruthlessly, it defies reason that one so kind would fall like that. But as Lune remembers, when one falls, we continue. What must come next are the steps forward without him. They'll have each other to help carry that burden, but nothing could lessen or fill that hole left behind, especially for young Mael, who's lost her brother and her father in one person. That night, while at camp, as Verso goes over directions, he mentions their next stop being Manoko's station. To recruit his oldest friend, he says. Extra firepower to take down the Paintress's heart. See, you can't just walk up to the Paintress, because the Monolith is surrounded by a shield of pure chroma. You'll get gommaged if you touch it. He believes that if you find her heart and destroy it, then it will bring down the shield. The problem is, he has no idea what the heart actually looks like. Probably not like a literal beating heart, though. He knows that they will find it in Old Lumiere, and the location catches the attention of Lune and Ciel, who have only heard stories of their city being a part of a larger one on the continent once upon a time. Verso tells them that he was with the 58th expedition when it was discovered, but Renoir destroyed them. This information isn't enough to win Verso their trust, but if their goals align, then it's enough for Lune and Ciel. Their next stop will be Monolith Station in the Snowy Mountains. Before calling it a night, Verso hangs out with his new teammates a bit. With Ciel, he shares a few stories in an attempt to be a little less mysterious, but the two are evasive with one another. Lune is more unpleasant, and she tries to outright interrogate him for information, which he tries to get around with sarcasm and charm. Really doesn't work, but by the end of their back and forth, there's a little less hostility between them. He speaks with Esquier, who asks if he was thinking about Julie, the woman he was in love with long ago, who betrayed him when she discovered the truth of his immortality. Esquier offers a hug, which Verso gladly accepts. And then Esquier says that he's certain he knows Maëlle from someplace, like he's met her before. Verso is Verso's cousin, and Maëlle is Maëlle's cousin. That makes sense, right? Before calling it a night, in private, Maëlle speaks with Lune to apologize for the way that she spoke against her on the bridge. Ciel is quick to understand and forgive, but Lune is harder to read and less willing to embrace her feelings in front of others. But she admits that she misses Gustave too. She felt that pain of loss many times over in her life, and she tells Maëlle of the ways she's tried to cope with it. Running, sitting, compartmentalizing, none of it worked. Now she uses it as fuel. The toll that it takes doesn't matter, not for the lives they have to live. She doesn't try to impart elder wisdom onto Maëlle or encourage her to be better. She makes it okay to feel things, and to use that negativity towards her needs. She says that when she uses chroma to fight, she can feel the people that she's lost in it, even Gustave. To help Maëlle, she will help her use chroma too, so that she can feel the same thing. Once peace with Maëlle is made, Lune and Ciel have their nightly conversation. Lune is putting together the Expedition 33 journal for next year's expedition with all the data she's collected. The Gestrels have agreed to see it delivered to the 32s after her death, and Ciel is talking to the stars, something her father used to do with her. When her emotions were running high, he taught her to share them with the stars, sort of like a prayer. For a while, they talk about when they were young, when they'd first met after the loss of their parents. Back then, when Lune was young, she'd convinced herself that her parents' expedition had succeeded in stopping the Paintress. But when she saw the being rise at the Monolith and another gommage was carried out, she was forced to face that her parents were gone. They'd comforted one another that day, but after, Lune just withdrew and abandoned her friendships. She cut so many people out of her life. Her parents' work and the expeditions became her entire reason for being. It was easier that way. Less loss, fewer distractions. She knows now that it was an unnecessary way to live, and while she has less than a year of life left, she's willing to try remaking that friendship with Ciel now. While those two talk and catch up on life, Maëlle tracks down Verso, who's being a broody boy just outside camp. She's making the rounds to make up for her earlier behavior, and so offers him thanks for showing her that spot for Gustave. It was indeed a beautiful place, and he accepts without any hard feelings. He's lost friends and loved ones. He knows that condolences don't mean anything. People offer them because they don't know what else to say. The whole thing feels a bit absurd to Maëlle at this point, who laughs at how they're just both drowning in their own sadness. The teenager and the old man, eyeballs deep in grief. He asks why she joined the expedition in the first place. She had several more years of life until her gommage, and she admits that at the time, it seemed like a good idea. Better out here than trapped in there, right? Gustave and the others really wanted to change things, and she wanted to escape. She's going to try to help and be a part of Gustave's dream, to honor who he was, and then offers Verso her old 33 armband. She's keeping Gustave's for herself, so he can have hers as an induction into the disaster expedition. The path to Monolith Station is impossible to miss, up a bright snowy mountain that's lined with derailed train cars. Lune asks about them, if it's true that once upon a time there were trains running all throughout the continent, and yes, they were rarely on time, but these were once functioning forms of transportation long ago. This was a large train station, now occupied by the Grandis. After the fracture, many of these gentle, poetic creatures were killed by the hostiles that flooded the continent. Those that survived fled high into the mountains to hide. Though the world has turned cold and cruel, the Grandis have not. They're still guarded against strangers, but they prefer words over violence. Their unwillingness or inability to fight back has cost them so very much. At first, it's quiet here, which makes Verso think that his old friend isn't around. But the one called Minoko was biding his time for a surprise attack to test his mettle. This is Minoko, a very old Gestrel who speaks perfect English. Verso taught him how long ago, and the two fought with and against one another for years while living in the mountains together. It's in his Gestrel nature to express himself in combat, so when meeting the ladies of Expedition 33, he flirtingly asks if they'd like to have a little duel with him. Minoko's fighting style is unique to anything they've encountered before. He collects the legs, or the feet, of his defeated Nevron foes and uses them to turn into Nevrons. And if it sounds like it could potentially be a crazy leg fetish that makes Minoko one of the most powerful fighters in this world, then you would be right. And we don't kink shame here unless your kink is being kink shamed. Minoko has more utility, variety, and customization than any in the expedition. All he has to do is get his hands on the Nevron legs. There's no hostility in losing this fight. Minoko loves a good duel, even if he struggles with admitting defeat in the end. A surprisingly familiar face comes running into the station looking for Minoko. It's Noko, the small Gestrel that they met when the group first found Mael in that strange manner. He's the Gestrel that told them where the Gestrel village was. Turns out, Noko and Minoko are family. Before Noko died and went through his Gestrel rebirth, he took care of and raised Minoko. And now, Minoko takes care of and raises Noko like a son. The little guy has news that a rather large Nevron is nearby, and the Grandis are dependent on Minoko for protection. Since they're here, they can step in and lend a hand. In fact, Minoko will generously sit his ass down and they can have the honor of the fight. Watching them fight is good fun and they're not really under threat of losing or anything, but about halfway through the foray, Minoko asks Verso quite loudly why they're not using a special certain attack type, and then he realizes that Verso didn't teach them how, so Minoko steps in to impart some wisdom. He teaches them how to do powerful gradient attacks. When they fill up their gauge, they can let off unique and high-power attacks that, if used properly, can absolutely melt an opponent. And then after they kill the Nevron that had Noko in a panic, he even graciously gives them a little demo of his leggy powers. But now that they've all had their fair share of fighting, they can get down to business. And as soon as Verso mentions Old Lumiere, Minoko is out. They've been there before, they failed to do something, he wants nothing to do with it. But this time, Verso says they have Mael, and Minoko knows Verso's history. He knows who Alicia is, he knows that Alicia and Mael look exactly alike, and Minoko knows precisely why that's important. He knows secrets that extend beyond even this story, but that's not what will convince Minoko to join the expedition. It's the prospect of fighting. There will be a lot of fighting, so count him in. He is a Gestrel after all. All Verso has to do is speak to his base instincts to get him on board, and Noko will be joining them as well. He's more interested in seeing what he can pick up to sell in Old Lumiere. Not a lot of merchants get to go there. With the Nevron dead, the Grandis have come out of hiding. The expedition can cruise around the station to speak with them for a bit, learn more about their culture, find some hidden goodies that they're willing to part with if they have the patience for it. They're generally quite pleasant and talkative. It is definitely a place worth stopping to spend some time at. Then, it's north to Old Lumiere. Minoko will be a welcome presence in the group and a pleasant companion at the camp, especially for Verso. The two spend several nights just catching up, reminiscing, challenging each other to fights, bragging. While he's not really trusted, especially by Lune and Ciel, Verso is starting to get comfortable within the group. Mael is starting to joke and open up a bit. He's certainly no Gustav, but then again, nobody could ever fill that hole in her heart. She needs someone who's not afraid to poke a bit of fun at her and make crude jokes, and Verso can certainly do that. To Lune, he answers questions about what happened after the fracture, though he's careful to omit anything that can link him as family to Renoir. and he certainly never gets close enough to reveal the true identity of the paintress or of what the gommage really is. Esquier eventually expresses intense jealousy at Verso's expedition armband and is granted his own disaster expedition headband. Sometimes, it's the little things that really spark excitement and happiness. Every evening they take to speak to one another is another chance to understand one another better, to learn more about the world, to become better as a team, and sometimes it'll get weird. Verso and Monoko will go to some very interesting lengths to bring life to the group when things feel gloomy. Things get easier for Maëlle with time outside of her interactions with Verso as well. Lune is a magnificent teacher when it comes to using chroma, and Ciel is not only a powerful fighter, but a sound teacher when it comes to managing her emotions. She reaches Maëlle in a way that Gustav couldn't, and imparts wisdom that she really needs to be hearing at this point in her life. It takes some days of travel, but it's necessary. By the time they reach Old Lumiere, the expedition is united and prepared. Old Lumiere is less a battlefield and more a site of destruction. There are still massive swords littering the ruins, remnants from a great combatant that came here to kill something long ago. But their immediate worry are the many unique Nevrons across the ruined city. They never left, they never abandoned it, they still stand guard. The heart of the paintress is somewhere in the city, but Verso hasn't quantified what that means. He says that he doesn't know what it will look like, and while that may be technically the truth, it's not the full story. Getting through collapsed infrastructure is rough, and at one point they have to ask Monoko to shapeshift into a Nevron to Godzilla his way through a structure, except the guy takes it a little bit too far with his attempt to show off, and brings the whole thing down on the expedition, splitting them apart. Verso and Maëlle are MIA, Lune, Ciel, and Monoko are able to stay together. Monoko is absolutely devastated at his mistake, though, and loudly, openly displays his emotions for doing so. Gestrels are truly strange creatures, but honest ones. He quickly gets up and moving, but he sobs for a while that he caused such a problem and has possibly hurt Maëlle and Verso. As the now trio walk the broken paths of Old Lumiere, Monoko tells them a bit of what happened to the Gestrels during the fracture. Only a fraction of a fraction survived, and while they can be reborn, there aren't enough adult Gestrels to take care of them all, so their forests are full of dead Gestrels from the fracture still awaiting their rebirth. There's a sadness to the story as the Gestrels were a lively and numerous people. They lived alongside humanity long ago. Now they're barely surviving, and the world is just as dangerous to them as it is the expeditions. There's another spirit here in the city, this one of an older man wearing a top hat. He says that now he's just a man who sits and thinks, and describes a woman that he's quite familiar with. He says that when she was young, she would get sad thinking about mortality. She said she wasn't afraid of death itself. She was sad because there were more works of art than she'd ever be able to see in her lifetime, or fables that she would be able to bring to life in her workshop. What saddened her was the beauty she'd never get to experience. This man tried to convince others that their dreams were attainable, but this woman he's speaking of somehow proved him to be a liar. He wants to remember the ones that he loves, who are so far away now. He paints them so he can remember their faces, and that's all that he has to share. Deeper into the ruins, Ciel finds something quite special for Esquier, one of his rocks. He must have misplaced it here, and will certainly be thrilled to see it again. Lune is more drawn towards a huge being with a massive sword stuck in its neck. The being is so large that it has what looks like a city on its back. Ciel breaks the silence and remarks that she's surprised Lune is on board with Verso's plans here. Does she really trust the guy? And while Lune doesn't really, she's willing to cooperate so long as their goals align. But that feeling that he's hiding something, it's bothering Ciel, which they both notice makes Monoko a little bit awkward. So Lune asks him how did he meet Verso, and the Gestrel remarks that he's not sure. He feels like he's always known Verso, and he confirms that the man has indeed traveled with many other expeditions. His mannerisms and voice don't relay that he's hiding anything or that he's being insincere. Insincerity isn't really a Gestrel trait. So she turns to the big being with the sword in its neck and asks what it is, but he's really not sure what it is either. This is his first time being so far into the city. There are expedition corpses nearby and an intact journal next to one, which may answer some of Lune's many questions. They were from the 58th expedition, the group that Verso mentioned being with. As she listens, she relays bits of information that she hears. The big being is called an Axon, and then that Verso and his father Renoir were trying to kill the Axons, as the curator may use their hearts to create a weapon which would shatter the barrier around the monolith. The mention of Verso being related to the white-haired man sends her into a panic foremost because Maëlle is with him. Minoko promises that Verso would never hurt her, but Lune has no shits to give. Verso, Maëlle, and of course Noko are just fine after Minoko whoopsie-daisied. Things are lighthearted as they go, and combat with just the two of them really isn't a problem. It's actually a nice challenge to try things out with a different composition. They make it deep into the city together with very little issue, and then Verso vanishes. Nothing came out to snatch him away. It's like he just disappeared into thin air. Maëlle is close enough to the city center that she won't get lost, and she won't have to face much resistance getting there. Noko promises that Verso does stuff like this all the time. He'll be back soon. So Maëlle makes it to the city center alone. It is a completely intact manor, nestled into the ruins of old Lumiere, and it feels familiar to Maëlle. It could be a place where the heart of the paintress is kept. Alone, she approaches the manor, and on her arrival, the door opens. Within, a being that looks like the curator is waiting, but it's the form of a woman. Not hostile, but not welcoming. She stands and looks at Maëlle, with a face holding no eyes. Before either can react, though, Verso returns, running for the door, admitting that he knew whoever this being was would open the door for Maëlle. His run is an attack meant for the strange being that is repelled by an attack dog, Renoir. And inside the manor is the masked Alicia, peacefully standing beside the woman in a familiar, loving stance. Renoir expresses shock that this was really Verso's plan. Get the girl here, Maëlle, to open the door for him? The strange woman from within seems to look straight at him, and he at her, but Verso is not welcome here. Renoir will not allow him inside to strike at her, the paintress' heart. The door is firmly closed, and it's one that Verso could never force open. Renoir speaks for the paintress, for her once as her representative, and even if he means every word he says, they're deeply emotionally manipulative and unbending. Renoir expresses shock that Verso hasn't told Maëlle all the things that he knows about the paintress, who the Dessendre family really is, who Maëlle truly is. It's an opportune time for Lune, Ciel, and Minoko to arrive, with Lune leading the collective outrage at Verso's secrets. She's not shy about asking why Verso was keeping his family ties a secret, and the whole thing has become quite tiresome to Renoir. He's not going to entertain questions from the likes of Lune, and Verso isn't keen on talking about family. Time for a real fight against the white-haired man. Renoir fights using incredible amounts of chroma, like it's an element in itself. The man has an ungodly health pool, attacks that can be hard to read, which may require specific types of counters to avoid damage, and he doesn't give a lot of time for reactions, but never is he unfair. It takes a number of difficult rounds, but this time, they bring the man down. For so long, he has seemed invincible, but they've proved that he can be stopped until he heals through every bit of what they did, and he launches a counter against them that can't be stopped. He's pretty done entertaining this. He's not going to give them additional rounds. He's not going to give them another try. This encounter is over. The only one on the field not ready to defend against something like that was Noko. Despite Minoko trying to shield him from the pure chroma, it wasn't enough. The little young gestural has been broken, another casualty of the expedition. A lash out from Maëlle at Renoir earns an equal strike in return, which for her sake is thankfully intercepted by Verso. He calls her Alicia though, not Maëlle, when ordering her to move, and then the world drains its color and everyone except Maëlle stops, including Renoir. From the mansion steps the masked woman with the burns who looks so much like her. She cannot speak words, but she still tries to communicate something to Maëlle, since no one else will do it. She takes off her mask, shows Maëlle her scars, shows her the mansion burning, makes Maëlle softly feel flames on her face, lets her hear a man screaming around them. Maëlle asks this woman her name, but she instead returns to the mansion, places the mask on her face, and the house vanishes along with Renoir. Their chance at destroying the painter's heart has been lost, but the threat has also passed. Out of the city, that night at camp, the mix of emotions looms like a dense fog. First up is anger at Verso for not telling the truth about his family. His response is a valid one, though. It's a private matter that's really none of their business. Yet, his omissions also force them into cooperation with a man that they may not have chosen to ally themselves with had they known the truth. A lie by omission is still a lie, and now they're aware that he's full of them. Ciel presents as a voice of reason that neither side has the luxury of having everything their way. Trust, to some degree, is going to be mandatory moving forward. Continuing to argue is impossible when Minoko comes to the fire with Noko in his rebirth jar. When Minoko was young, Noko was the elder, and he raised the Gestural. When Noko died and was reborn, Minoko took on the role of guardian and father. This loss feels like losing a son, and while yes, Noko can be reborn, he explains that Noko as he was is gone. The Noko that returns will be a different Noko, with some memories intact, but it won't be the same. That little being is gone. Verso and Maëlle had once spoke of offering condolences, that they were given because nothing else could be done because people don't know what else to say, and all Verso can do now is say that he's so sorry, and grieve that it was for nothing. But then the other part of Expedition 58's journal. It mentioned that Verso and his father once believed they can bring down the barrier around the monolith with a weapon, crafted from the heart of the Axons. Verso believes it to be a dead end, but Lune doesn't need to end the discussion with him. The journal said that the curator was the one who would craft it, so she takes the conversation to him. The curator has been in the camp since what feels like the beginning, but he's never been approachable or talkative or not scary. Mention of the Axons actually gets a response from him, though. He echoes the word back and he walks towards Lune and is responsive when she asks if he wants their hearts. Before Lune gets swept up in the quest line, Verso tries to explain why he gave up on that long ago. The Axon hearts are made of chroma so concentrated that it could bring down the barrier around the monolith, but the Axons themselves are virtually unkillable. The corpse of the one in Old Lumiere proves that it's possible, but they don't know what was required to do that. He's immortal, and not even he could bring one down after years of trying. But as expeditioners, death is coming for them regardless. And if they're going to die fighting. Verso can help, or he can step aside. So he's going to help with the planning. There are 3 Axons left, but only 2 are reachable. They're going to need both hearts for the weapon. The Axon that is weakest will be to the west. It's the one that expeditions attack the most. That will be their best chance to start off with. They have the rest of the evening to relax, to try rebuilding some trust. With Ciel, Verso shares his hair turned white after the fracture, and that he actually dyes it black. It's an attempt to be a little less mysterious, more human, but in reality it kind of reveals that he's a little bit vain and bad at making hair appointments. And she shares that her bracelets are from her students back in Lumiere, to remember them by, as they'll probably never see each other again. All the children she taught will die young, most in their early 20s. They'll lose their parents when they're still children. It's a part of the stark reality so many faced back in the city, if having children was contributing to the future or if it was a cruelty. Since she told a story so much more personal than his, he tries again, and he tells her about the scar on his face. It's from when he first raised his weapon against his father. He chose to never heal it away, so it would serve as a reminder of what it took to stand on his own, that it meant leaving those he cared about. That Renoir kept his scar too means that he felt something similar. With Lune, he talks about what keeps her awake at night. Tonight, it's Nevrons that they've encountered, which seem to have personalities and feelings. There's something about them that they've missed, an important factor in their creation or life that impacts some of them. She wants to find out more, to ask them questions, and Verso discloses that his sleeplessness comes from a restless sleep. Not nightmares like he used to have, he just sleeps and feels an oppressive void. Of course, Lune wants to treat it like something to be researched, and at this point, he's learned to just go with the flow. With Maëlle, he asks about her past, specifically about her parents. Maëlle remarks that she was an unwelcome surprise, but that's her own teenage assumption. It's fair to assume that having a baby right before their gommage was cause for concern, but she didn't really know her parents. They died when she was about 3. After they were gone, she was handed off from family to family. Her life was one of instability and feelings of rejection. She tells Verso that she had nightmares growing up. She talked to herself and ran away from the homes that she was placed into. It wasn't until Gustav and his sister Emma took her in that she was able to find a foundation. Gustav and Emma were kind of weird too. It's why they got along so well and bonded as a family. She tells Verso about her job as a runner for warehouses, her favorite places in Lumiere, and he tells her about his favorite memories from the city. It clearly hurts him to open up about that home and the people that are gone. But Maëlle promises that he has them now, and he promises that they, in return, have him. And then Minoko. He's sitting at a cliffside polishing his Nevron legs. The two of them admire the beautiful, dead legs of their foes. Minoko polishes the legs to prepare for battle as a mental exercise. He imagines himself charging a Nevron, brandishing a well-polished leg of one of its brethren, and the intimidation it would inspire before he transforms into one of them and adds to the confusion of the battle. And if that doesn't work, then it's because his foe is too stupid to be intimidated and confused. Verso offers to spend part of the night with Minoko, hunting down some Nevron because Jestrels love almost nothing more than a good fight. But first, he must finish polishing his legs. Verso stays at his side to help with the chores while filling the quiet evening with some singing. He checks in with Esquier too. The big guy has been such an emotional comfort during all of this, and recently got another of his rocks back, the one Ciel found in Old Lumiere, Dory. And right now, he's looking at the stars, the apples of the sky. One of the constellation looks a bit like Francois, the always yelling neighbor turtle from back home. He knows that Francois is sad, though, because he misses his friend, Clea, another of Verso's family that he's not spoken of, that he has no intention of speaking of. Clea was Francois's best friend, who suddenly just stopped visiting. She simply left him and all others behind for other, more important things. For a while, Esquier and Verso stay together, looking at the stars, seeing if they can spot their friends in the designs. Before bed, while enjoying the peace, Maëlle joins Verso to ask a few questions about his family. She wants to know more about Alicia, his sister. She wants to know more about what's wrong with her, what happened to her. He explains that there was a fire long ago that she was trapped in. It's what caused all that damage, and though he secretly does know the connection between Maëlle and Alicia, he's not sure why they've been coming to see her, or why Alicia is trying to talk to her. That's a genuine surprise. Alicia has helped Verso before, though she seems to be more allied with Renoir now. It's a complicated dynamic. Maëlle is going to choose to trust Verso for his actions, not judge him because of who his family is. The Axon to the west lies on an island that is pure off-putting. Giant masks float about and are embedded into it, displaying a range of intense emotions that are a little too lifelike for comfort. This is Visage Island. Minoko comments that here is he who guards truth with lies. There are faces in the stone, it's creepy as hell. At a clearing where the path splits into several options, many faces pull together into one greater being, points towards a path and flies towards the top of it as though inviting them to follow. Though to Verso, feels more like a trap than an invitation. And then theatrics begin. They are approached by the one who keeps the being atop the mountain called Visage. This is Mask Keeper, and he says of himself that he's harmless, that their weapons aren't necessary. They are all invited to join Visage in his chambers at the end of the path, or if they wish, they're welcome to explore the paths around the mountain. He advises them that masks not only obscure, they also illuminate, and that they should seek out the masks they need. He leaves them in peace with his invitation standing. Knowing that the Axon, even in a potentially weakened state, is going to be more powerful than anything they've encountered before, they decide to tour the side paths of the mountain to search out anything that might aid them. The first path takes them to a mask reflecting a startlingly happy face, the sort with a laugh that goes far too wide that looks unnatural. The mask takes them to another section of the mountain, where enemies too wear smiles that feel carved into their faces. Faces in the rocks keep their eyes in their mouths, past expeditioners that fell here are wrapped in lovely flowers and roots, and at the end of the path is a large, laughing mask that was attached to the Axon. And it actually asks them a question upon approach. He who painted this world, seeking what he could not grasp, longing to share with those he loved, behind his smile what could it be? They answer with joy, which earns them a confrontation with this aspect of the Axon, the joyful face. Defeating it here will weaken part of the greater Axon, making for an easier confrontation later. It's not something they have to do, but strategically, it is a far wiser choice than simply running into battle. After defeating the joyful face, they find a path to sadness. And remember, the Axons were created by the invader, the older man, who is imprisoned within the monolith with the paintress. He is the one who carries out the Gommage every year. That invader created the 4 Axons to represent members of his family. The Axon which carried the weight of a city on its back was killed in Old Lumiere by the empowered one named Simon, under order of the second invader, the younger woman. The one who looked so much like his beloved Clair, who betrayed poor Simon in the end. And this one will represent another, one who hides themselves behind masks of emotion, who lies to guard the truth. In all, they bring down 3 masks in the mountain: joy, sorrow, and anger. Then they make the final ascent. While it is a frightening path, it's not one that feels unwelcoming either. There's nothing that issues a warning to turn back, no roadblocks, no foes on the road. There's actually another of those spirits, the old man with the top hat again. Before, he spoke of a woman who was sad when she reflected on her own mortality and all the art that she would never experience. Now, he says that he would have traded his years for another's, for someone whose life was cut short in a senseless way that shattered lives. He was innocent, and he paid the price for his elders, for their hubris. The Axon here represents who that innocent life was. That's all that he has to say. Verso has been quiet during this, so questions about the nature of the Axon have been directed towards Monoko, who is an equal in knowledge when it comes to these things. When asked about the nature of the Axon, he who guards truth with lies, he confirms that it means they guard to protect and to control the truth. But he will not outright answer the questions of Lune and Ciel to give away any answers that are not rightfully his to give away. While this island has been one step from a nightmare, the Axon itself and its representative have been cordial, almost accommodating. It rises to its full height before them, holding 2 batons as though ready to conduct. Strangely, before the group, before Ciel, a mask is set down, a suffering face. Picking it up, she hears a cacophony of voices, laughing, sadness, weeping. She throws it back at the Axon before it can swell any louder, which seems to upset the creature, and combat begins. Masks will emerge from a mirror on the field, and each one will have a different attack or effect on the group. Multi-hit combos, breaking shields, different dodge or parry types, self-healing effects. It requires they pay close attention to the variety of tells that each mask will give before their attacks, because messing up a counter could cause them serious issues. It's a long battle that they win, bloodied and bruised, but that wasn't the full story. Because deception is a cruel thing, easily concealed with a pleasant demeanor. Visage wore the masks, it was the front. but it wasn't truly the Axon. The one they met at the base of the mountain was. The Mask Keeper speaks with slightly more contempt now, about curiosity towards what's behind a mask. True art should be both window and mirror. It's just a matter of perspective. Everyone needs masks. How you use them is how you're defined. The Mask Keeper dons the sorrowful mask that Ciel threw at Visage. In reality, it is the heart of the Axon, but it cannot be seen by any who look upon its flat face. This is how it will fight, concealing its true emotion, hiding its heart in plain sight. Defeating the 3 great masks on the mountain has reduced the threat of the Mask Keeper. It would have been a far more dangerous encounter had they beelined straight here. As he is now, he is still brutal. His strikes are fast. The hits he lands directly benefit himself, adding penalties for failures to perform. It's the powerhouse Ciel that burns him to the ground. In one round, she takes out nearly half his health, and on the next round, she easily finishes the job, making the whole affair look rather simple. On his defeat, the Mask Keeper tries one last strategy. He sends masks to cover their faces, to force their own hidden emotion to the surface to consume them. Monoko has no face to be covered as a gestural, and Ciel effortlessly takes hers off. She may withhold her feelings from others, but she doesn't hide from her pain. She has felt the weight of her past, every emotion that it's required, and the masks can't hurt her. While her teammates struggle against the raw power of the masks on their faces, Ciel rips the hidden mask, the heart of the Axon, off the Mask Keeper, which is the killing blow. They have succeeded in actually felling an Axon. Ciel walks away with the pure chroma heart, nonchalantly ordering that now they take it to the curator. As the others follow, Verso looks at the Mask Keeper, who is slowly fading away back into the chroma of the world, and he asks, "That was Verso, wasn't it, Renoir?" At camp, Lune offers the heart of the Mask Keeper to the curator, but he doesn't want it from her. He wants Maëlle to offer it. He's not the sort to explain himself, so she complies. The joint contact with the heart causes her to see the curator as Renoir for a moment, just slightly different, unscarred. Verso knows what she's seen. He knows what the curator is, another of his many secrets not known to the story, and he moves in to play damage control, telling Maëlle that he used to see him in his nightmares too, when she questions if she really just saw Renoir, that it can be traumatizing, which calms her a bit, but adds more confusion to an already impossible situation. That night, Monoko and Verso give each other matching haircuts. With Maëlle, he discusses the meaning of her name, and that her parents gave her a name meaning princess or chief kind of implies that they celebrated her and they had high hopes for a bright future. He tells her that in the past, he wanted to be a musician, that he studied piano at the Conservatory in Lumiere before the fracture. He missed performing in the concert hall there and the beauty of the music. Maëlle offers that maybe when everything is over, they can fix up the opera house back in the city and he can perform for them. With Ciel, he discusses death. She rather views death as an old friend who will come welcome her home when it's her time. Home with everyone she's ever loved. She doesn't know if there's an afterlife, but she doesn't worry about it either. If there is, then she'll be with her loved ones. And if there isn't, then she'll join them in death anyways. She does also offer the chance for them to spend the night together, quite an honest and upfront one she is, but Verso declines, understanding that what may be casual and meaningless can quickly turn complicated. There's no hard feelings about it. The two are closer friends for it. Before bed, as Maëlle and Esquier sit looking at the stars together, Verso gathers his courage and asks if he can play next to them. He hasn't had an audience in quite some time. He uses a picto to create a piano, and he starts to play. He wasn't exaggerating about playing at the Conservatory in Lumiere. His music is beautiful to hear and complements the scenery. For a while, Maëlle joins in, humming happily next to him, and Esquier dances behind them like a figure in a music box. If only every day could be so serene. At its conclusion, Maëlle says the song sounds familiar, and he remarks that it's an old tune he used to play to his sister. For a while, they all three stay together while Verso plays, Maëlle hums, and Esquier dances. The following day, they go east, to the second Axon on an island called Siren. This place is unique because it didn't exist before the fracture. The architecture, the beings here, even the dances are all unique to the Axon within. Siren is also called She Who Plays with Wonder, and though she is wondrous to behold, she too is deadly. Many expeditioners have fallen victim to her magics. She captures her victims in a trance, showing them beautiful things, captivating things, or things which would complete them, make them happiest, moments they would never want to leave. Verso has seen people jump off cliffs under her spell. Minoko can be affected, but not easily, and he warns that she is manipulating their emotions. The bell on his staff knocks them out of their collective trance because Minoko is a true bro. If they can't control themselves, they're done for. The 67th expedition made it through this part of the island, and they knocked down many of the walls that previously made it impossible to get through. Without their work, this expedition would be stuck. It's like traveling through a different world here, and while foreign to them, there's something about it that also feels like home, even to Lune. Partway through the Fabric-esque island, they find the top hat spirit again, thinking aloud to himself, wondering if anyone can truly know another person, or how many truly know themselves. Most lie to themselves about things they would rather not admit or confront. There are things we don't even see, and he wonders to himself, what is it that he didn't see? When did she start to pull away from him? Before they reach Siren, they find the tisseur, her weaver. It works peacefully, assembling the cloth that she uses in her dance. They can get as close as they would like to the tisseur, it won't harm them. It simply works away quietly. If they kill it, it will give them an advantage against the Axon. But something about that feels cruel. They've met Nevron that speak, who have free will, who express emotion. Wouldn't it be wrong to kill the tisseur? It's a kindness that they ultimately decide they cannot allow. The Mask Keeper was already weakened by attacking previous expeditions. Siren is not. They need every advantage they can get. They kill the tisseur. And the arena of Siren is not far away, down a few more levels and through the great halls of the Axon. Her dance and her music are captivating, and the longer they remain here, the more so it will be. Eventually, it will permeate their minds and she'll take over them. Once they're in direct confrontation with her, it's almost a guarantee that she'll try to force her way into their heads. So they prepare themselves in every way they can against such an invasion, and they approach Siren. Even knowing what she'll do, they can't help but wait and watch when they're before her. The Axon acknowledges them and weaves her musical spell before them, crafting visions that touch them each deeply. Lune sees her mother and her father. Maël gets to once again stand before the man who was both a father and a brother, Gustave. Ciel looks so fondly to a dapper man who holds a baby and smiles at her. Minoko sees little Noko before him, restored to his healthy, lively self again, and Verso sees no one. He glares viciously up at the Axon, who accepts this defiance with a direct challenge. She wipes away the lies that she set before the expedition, ripping from them faces that some have longed to see for years of their short lives, that they've grieved so deeply, and the confrontation begins. Given the chance, Siren will seduce and charm the expeditioners, turning them to her side, forcing them to fight against one another. If they're not built to resist it, then missing a dodge could be a long-term disaster. But that's not the only danger she presents. She also hits like a freight train, and her dancers will enter the field to create havoc at her will. But the biggest bastard on the field proves to be Minoko. His attack in element variety makes him a constant pressure against the Axon. He nails his counters, seems unkillable even at low health, and looks like a badass doing it. But like the Mask Keeper, when defeat seems inevitable, Siren tries to take them over, stop the battle by force. It does stop them, but it's not a pleasurable experience. Where previously they saw loved ones or felt like dancing to her music, now they clutch at their heads in pain. All save Lune, who resists her charms and lies now, whose defiance brings the Axon down to inspect her. As if unafraid of the small human, Siren brings her up face to face, and Lune releases a chroma bomb directly in the face of the Axon. Seren has been destroyed, the music silenced, leaving behind only a fold of fabric, which was her heart. They know the curator will want Maëlle to hand over the heart, and she's prepared for him to do something unsettling. But rather unexpectedly, on contact, time stops and color fades like it has before with Alicia and Renoir, and she sees what looks like the outline of Alicia at first from a distance, but it's the being from the manor. Verso called her the heart of the paintress, but his actions at the manor indicated some deeper truth. The being at first seems curious of Maëlle, and then screams at the girl, pushing her back into reality. Her justified confusion is met by the curator, who of course answers none of her questions. He takes the heart of Seren, and along with that of the Mask Keeper, creates a new weapon for Maëlle, the Barrier Breaker, which will get them through the chroma surrounding the Monolith. This is how they will reach the paintress and end the cycle. But for now they can rest, knowing that they've accomplished something magnificent. As is the routine, they all check in with and converse with one another to pass the time. Verso and Ciel talk about her life as a farmer and how she met Pierre, her husband. When they were young, he was a part of the Outdome teams, and Ciel asked him for honey petal samples from the surrounding islands. He brought her a bouquet and 15 boxes of plant cuttings. It's the first time that she has mentioned Pierre, and it's quickly clear that he's gone, but not how he was taken. She says neither of them were perfect, but they were perfect for each other. He didn't die from the gommage. It was an accident on one of the islands near Lumiere, 5 years before his gommage. She was ready for his eventual gommage, but not for an accident like that. But she can look back now and feel thankful for the time that she had with Pierre, without being lost in the grief of what happened. Lune is working on the journal for the expedition, taking extensive notes just in case for anyone who may come after. She entered into her apprenticeship under her parents as a researcher when she was 4 years old, so she has spent her entire life doing tasks like this. The way she talks about it, she seems to have viewed herself as more of their research assistant than their child. Verso talks about his own parents, how they were prominent artists, that he felt pressured to follow in their footsteps, but his passion was music, which is the same for Lune. She plays the guitar. The two have finally found a common passion in music, and both are excited at the prospect of perhaps having another musician to play with sometime. He later finds Maëlle on her own, deep in thought. She's remembering the expedition. Gustave, Lucien, all the lives lost. She's experiencing waves of grief. When she feels she's contained the emotion, it resurges at unexpected times. He offers that death isn't necessarily final. Gustave lives on in her memories and in his influences. What's helped him when he is missing people is he talks to them. He encourages Maëlle to talk to Gustave. Imagine what he would say or how he would react. She says that she'll give it a try, and though it's clear that she doesn't want to talk anymore, she welcomes his presence while they sit in silence a while longer. Minoko he finds at the edge of camp, being bored. He asks if Verso wants to play a game or something, but Verso accuses him of being a cheater, a real cheater McCheaterpants, which Minoko counters by calling Verso a whiny, sore loser. So instead they have a fight, because that's just as entertaining as a game of dice, right? And it's a lot harder to cheat. So they have their fight, and it's all good fun between two best buds. Verso takes the victory this round, and though Minoko is a little salty, he gets over it pretty quick. It is, after all, their way of displaying affection for one another. When they all gather around at the end of the night to talk about what comes next, it all seems a bit surreal. They actually have the tools needed to reach the paintress. They actually stand a chance. Quite unexpectedly, though, Ciel throws an accusation towards Verso, asking if he really thought they wouldn't figure something out. This has something to do with Esquier. Seems she and the big guy had a bit of a chat, and he spilled a major secret about Verso in exchange for more rocks. Or he hurled a big secret. Turns out Verso has been storing fine wines in Esquier over the years, and he can puke them out like a tapped keg, because, kegs puke liquids out. Anyways, Verso is fine with it, though. No better time to enjoy the spoils of his journeys. He passes on a drink right now, instead stepping away to be on his own. Someone is nearby that he would like to speak with. When he's alone, his sister Alicia steps out. He doesn't expect her to say anything. The two just stand together and look at the monolith, but she pulls out a letter sealed in wax and hands it to him. On the outside, it says, "A life to dream about." It's his to read whenever he wishes, but he decides that when the mission is complete, he will open it up. He's not ready for this yet. Verso slowly removes her mask, tells her that his beautiful sister doesn't need an ugly mask, and the siblings share a long-awaited embrace. Until father arrives. Renoir, ever eager to intrude and apply pressure. Verso's desire to stop the paintress would condemn his family to death, but Renoir did not follow Alicia here to start a fight. He asks Verso if he knows what it means to disappear into nothingness. That would be the consequence, the price for his freedom, nothingness for everyone. Is it fair that Verso decides who is allowed their memories, their dreams, and love? Has Verso forgotten who is painting life and who is painting death? He is blinded by his own despair and believes he is ready to pay the price for his release, but it's from a prison of his own making. He asks Verso if his friends should have to pay that price for him. Everything will be decided before their very eyes, between the bars of their prison, in the shadow of the monolith. It's finally time to confront her. The next morning, they set out for the monolith on the back of Esquier. This is a monumental moment, and an honor to the memories of the many of Lumiere and the expeditions who came before. They're finally going to bring down the barrier and confront her on her own throne. The honor of destroying the shield will go to the youngest of the expedition, Maëlle. It takes a few tries, but the curator's weapon is true. The chroma barrier is brought down, and they approach the looming monolith. Lune, Ciel, and Maëlle approach carrying the memories of those who came before them, of those they loved and lost. They approach so there can be a future where their loss isn't felt by those who come after. And lingering behind is Verso, who knows what victory against the paintress will unleash, and it will make unbound the man imprisoned in the monolith, who will bring the gommage, freedom in oblivion. Monoko doesn't remark on any of it. It's not his place to do so, and his loyalties lie with his dearest, oldest friend. These are the last steps, where Verso's secrets will weigh the heaviest if he stops to question himself. But what of yourself? Knowing what you do with limited information, with secrets still floating about. Were you in Verso's position, what would you do? Tell the expedition the truth of the paintress, of the gommage, of the battle between Aline Dessendre and the invader, that the curator was helping them because he too wanted the paintress stopped so all life could be ended. It would turn them against him, take away his chances at victory against the paintress, keep him locked in his own prison, and it wouldn't change the expedition's fate anyways. They're going to die one way or another. In battle or by the gommage, there is no full life for them. There is no victory. Is it not kinder to let them hope for a while? Or is that not his choice to make for them? Before the monolith, they finally confront who they believe to be the paintress. But even using the weapon the curator crafted for Maëlle, they cannot harm her. She doesn't react, doesn't acknowledge their presence even. After a few rounds of accomplishing nothing, they stop the attempt against her, wondering how this is possible, but Maëlle pieces it together. This isn't actually the paintress. That acknowledgement causes the world to change, for colors to fade, but everyone remains in motion and aware this time, not just Maëlle. They all see a figure emerge in light, the woman from the manor in Old Lumiere that Renoir defended, that Verso called the heart of the paintress. In startling cruelty, she makes Maëlle, Lune, and Ciel feel as though they're on fire. The women scream in terror and pain while Verso is left unaffected, just as she wanted. To stop her, to defy her once, Verso grabs Maëlle and ignites himself as well. If she's going to burn, then so is he. That gets her to stop. She drops the illusion and creates a way into the monolith. But why she would do that, allow them in, is confusing in itself. She has no apparent reason to do that. But at Verso's behest, they don't stop to question things. Inside the monolith proves to be a massive journey. It's a collection of every place the expedition has seen on the continent, laid out next to each other or mixed up like oil paints on a palette. Scattered throughout are memories of a woman never seen by the original expedition members. The first they see shows her masterfully painting at a canvas. Verso says he doesn't know what the memory was, but Mael just feels fire from it. The next memory is quite close, of the woman pacing behind 3 children who are painting at their own canvases, 2 girls and a boy. The next stretch is much longer, and the enemies here make progress tough. If the expedition isn't leveled properly, they will be forced to turn back to better prepare themselves. It's almost a guarantee that they'll be taking some hits, as some of the delays on the Clair and Obscur foes are nigh obscene and rage-inducing. So if each of them can't take a full round of damage, they're not going to succeed here. Interestingly, they find that they're not the first expedition to have made it here. Expedition 70 made it in somehow, possibly by tunneling in under the Monolith or through a mountain. They set grapple points all throughout the continent and within the Monolith, and completed their mission with just days to spare before their gommage. Their expedition would have been quite aged people, assuming they wanted to spare the younger generations for future expeditions at that point. But their accomplishment was one of the most difficult, and would serve every expedition that followed. The next was Expedition 60, the Strength Expedition. The team was so devastatingly strong and bulky and densely muscled and naked that they could brute force their way through the chroma barrier. They discovered the truth about the painters and the gommage. They tried to get the truth back to Lumiere, but their messenger was gommaged right outside the city. Absolute legends. Had they not stopped and listened to the paintress, they might have actually beat her to a pulp, and everything would have been game over at that point. The next memory is of the woman sitting on a bench where an older man joins her, but she seems to shake her head at something and gets up to move away from him. Lune wonders who is she fighting with, and Ciel guesses that it was her husband. There's something about the woman that is tense and difficult, or perhaps it's that she bears the weight of immense responsibility and struggles under it without support. The next memory is a bit more troubling. They find it in the icy mountains of this world palette. The woman is speaking to one of her daughters, the youngest one, but it's heated as though chastising the girl. Their exchange seems brief before the woman turns away from the girl just as she did the man and walks away shaking her head while the girl clearly looks dejected. Mael realizes now that these are the memories of the paintress herself. She can read it in the chroma around the monolith. The paintress is, or was, a human. At a train station, they come across a spirit not seen for a while now, that young boy. He says that this is his train station and asks where they would like to go. The next destination for this train is Lumiere, his hometown. His mother just bought him this new train because she knows how much he loves them. The young boy gives the group a lift to the city of Lumiere that exists within the monolith, and it's quite reminiscent of the Lumiere that they all know. They find the next memory within the city, and it's of the woman and her son at a piano. She's encouraging and teaching him to play, and he has a natural talent for it. She seems to dote on him, at least in contrast to how she was treating her youngest daughter. This memory in particular quiets Verso and draws him into himself. When asked if he's all right, he dodges the question and focuses them back on the goal. Within a cavern near the end of their long climb, under what looks like an eclipsed sun, the last memory is shown. The woman, the paintress, stands beside a man, holding his hand, then leans in for an embrace with him. Despite the tension between the two before, there's clearly love to be seen before it fades away. And then from the shadows emerges Renoir. His eyes are set only on Verso, his son. He tells Renoir that they're taking her down, and the older man starts speaking more openly of his own pain. He says that the pain that the paintress felt when losing Verso was something she made Renoir inherit, that it was perhaps a punishment for Renoir for not being there when it mattered, but he refuses to lose his son now. And he makes it clear that it is Verso before him that he's speaking of, not somebody else. But when it comes down to the two of them, in Verso's eyes, they lost each other years ago. He wants this cycle to end, his immortality to end, because he's tired. And Renoir will beat Verso into submission if he has to, if it means stopping him, because his son's abandonment is worth it if it means preserving his life. Renoir is aggressive from the start. There will be no standing by, passing turns, making non-lethal attacks against the expeditioners. Their strategy is just to incapacitate him, as they know he can't actually be killed. They just need to contain him for a brief enough time so they can get to the Paintress. Renoir will never not be a threat against them. If they're caught unaware, he is capable of outright vanishing a party member from the fight entirely, and his health bar means little when it comes to true progress against him. At the initial halfway point, the man heals back to full and starts summoning a beast made of chroma to fight at his side. His turns are longer, he hits harder, he uses gradient attacks like they're nothing. But so too are there more chances to parry and counter. They can use his own beast's strength against him. But when they miss dodges against his team-wide damage effects, it hurts bad. He has potential to wipe the team in 1 or 2 turns if they play poorly. It takes rounds of healing, revives, and buffing to stave off the immense power of Renoir, but after a long battle, they bring the man down. It's not an outright defeat, it's an opening. The man is down for 25 seconds. 25 seconds they walk around him unsure of what to do, before he is rising to his feet, ready for another round. But he tries to speak to Verso instead. One more time, he tries to talk sense into him. Remind his son that he's dooming all of them to die, not just for himself, who is really being saved with his sacrifice. And Maëlle answers, "Your sister and your mother," confused as to how she knows that answer. Verso's continued refusal to comply with his father is met with a fist. Renoir attacks Verso, attacks the expedition with the intent to kill, to destroy their family. But this was a choice, and an important one. When faced with Verso's decision, what would the Paintress, Aline Dessendre, and what would Renoir do? Love and accept him despite their fight, or force compliance even if it meant breaking his body and his will? They chose to break him. Now it's time for interference and judgment from another who has thus far remained uninvolved in the fights. He is far from neutral. He is the opposition to the Paintress. Yet, Renoir speaks to the curator as though looking in a mirror. He tells the being that Verso is all that is left of his son, that destroying something won't bring the curator's wife back, that it will only destroy their last tie to each other. Maëlle had answered the question of who is being saved by Verso's sacrifice with "your sister and your mother," not knowing the depths of those words. The curator, of course, knows her well, is seeing something wake up in her, and wants to show her something new. He takes the girl by the hand and places it onto Renoir's chest, who knows what's coming and stands ready. His final words are, "I love them too." And the curator teaches Maëlle how to gommage another being. Renoir is unmade, turned to flower petals like smoke and ember. And the curator departs as the next steps are for them to take. Verso doesn't cry for his father. He's been prepared for this, but it's clearly hurt him badly. For Maëlle, this is finally peace for Gustave. Lune and Maëlle happily chat for a bit about what just happened, while Ciel asks Verso what Renoir meant in regards to the things he said to the curator. Of course, Verso says that he's not sure, which is another of his lies. But what does that matter when just beyond the light door ahead is their goal, what every expedition has worked towards? It takes them outside to the final path up the mountain, their last chance to prepare before facing her. They do what they can to maximize their survivability, but with no idea of what the Paintress is truly capable of, they can only hope that it's enough. The Paintress stands atop the peak, overlooking the continent, creating a lonely, cold scene. It's a world that she's painted and fought to keep alive, one she stands accused of trying to choke to death. Renoir had mentioned the curator's wife. This must be her. The Paintress finally speaks to Verso, asking if he has come back, and she slowly approaches, but not as a foe. She seems confused about a fire and Verso, how he could really be here. And then she looks to Maëlle, who feels a memory of that fire on her skin, on her face, like Alicia. This makes the Paintress wonder aloud if he, the curator, is playing tricks again. And she turns to Maëlle, calls her Alicia directly and acknowledges her face, and Maëlle asks directly if the paintress is going to burn her again. The connections are difficult to make, but Lune remarks that Alicia is the paintress's daughter. Ciel adds that Maëlle reminds the paintress of Alicia. But the being does not acknowledge them. She only seems to care about Verso. She wants Verso to come home with her, but he tells her that she needs to go home. This isn't what she was hoping to hear. It shatters some illusion. Maëlle is not Alicia, and Verso is not her Verso. Which, no, he says. Verso is dead. His defiance must mean that Verso and those with him are a creation of the curator, not hers. And they will not take this canvas from her. This makes little sense to the others, who are missing key points of information to pull this all together, but that doesn't matter. Verso reminds them that this is what the expeditions were made for, to kill the paintress, so it's time to fulfill that purpose. She speaks to everyone on the team with different attitudes to express what she feels before she unloads a world of pain onto her target. First to Maëlle, she says how cruel it is that her father is using her like this, while launching void meteors at the group. At her next opportunity, she speaks with anger towards Ciel, asking if she understands that she killed him. All the paintress cares about is her own loss and pain. Any world beyond hers isn't one that she cares about, as though she operates with a god complex. And she can speak words with a cruel indifference, yet when she turns her attention towards the Gestrel, towards Monoko, she calls him by name and says that he can't betray Verso like this. The first round against the paintress is difficult, but whoever controls the chroma controls this world, and she still maintains control. Renoir had the blessing of the paintress, her favor, and he was nigh unbeatable without outside interference. What comes next is the paintress calling on her weapons. The being that sat before the monolith stands up, and from her palette she draws her brush. This round will take place in the sky, with the expedition safely on the back of a now flying Esquier. Between her wild swings, bits of truth come out. She wonders if Renoir thought that she would cooperate if he used Verso's face against her, or maybe she jumped the fire and Verso is still alive. She says with absolute clarity that she is not crazy. She knows exactly what she's doing. Said like a woman who has been told before that her ambitions and motives are hysterics, or who needs to preemptively defend her own disagreeable choices. She now will curse the expedition, putting them on a countdown. Should their number reach 0, they will die. There are ways to circumvent the curse, but it will cost them attack resources they'd otherwise be using against the paintress herself, making this a battle of balance and attrition. This woman casually puts on display a power that literally tears reality apart for more chroma to be launched at them like missiles. It's round after round of the team chipping away at her, balancing and losing their AP, while madly parrying everything they can, while she sends out attack after attack, and they revive allies as they inevitably fall to the chaos on the field. But they do prevail. This round once again goes to Expedition 33. Back on the solid ground of the monolith, Maëlle asks the paintress if it's over, but her angry scream and Verso's response makes it clear that they're not going to stop, that they can't stop until the paintress lies dead. But something has changed. The paintress does not lash out against them. She instead casts a shield onto Monoko, then a heal onto Ciel. For a few rounds, the expeditioners gather themselves and recover, uncertain as to why the paintress isn't getting back up. But mercy isn't why they're here, so in time, they resume the fight and very quickly strike the paintress down once again. She rises one more time to stumble to Verso, who helps her lie back down, to stay with her while she faces whatever is coming. She asks him why, and with tight-chested sadness he tells her to rest, that things will soon be better. The original expeditioners don't fully understand this moment, but it's clearly something of significance between the two, who are not quite mother and son, yet share some sort of bond. The passing of the paintress is the end of an era of sadness, and she herself is clearly a suffering being. They all gather around to be with her as she passes, and Maëlle comes close to unmake her as the curator taught her to do. It's a frightening task for someone so young, so Verso takes her hand and supports her in it. Before the deed is done, the woman looks to Maëlle and with a new softness in her voice calls her Alicia, floods the girl's eyes with chroma for a moment, and then disappears. The paintress is unmade from the world, gommaged into golden petals. Verso nearly releases years of suppressed emotion, as soon another event will begin. Nearly. He's probably imagined this moment hundreds of times over in his mind. It's finally done, and soon he can rest. For the rest of the expedition, they have the joy of knowing that they have saved their home, they've made sure that tomorrow will indeed come, and they've honored those who came before. The vanishing of the number from the monolith is for all of them. Yet Maëlle has this feeling that makes her ask if this is actually real. But this is a moment to celebrate, a moment to remember. They get to plant their own expedition flag at the top of the monolith. Ciel offers the honors to Maëlle, and joined by Lune, the three of them stand at the edge of the peak overlooking the continent where their flag will remain as a symbol of their accomplishment. As Verso looks on, knowing what the death of the paintress means, what he has done to them. They will all travel to Lumiere together on the back of flying Esquier to deliver news of their victory and celebrate the death of the paintress. Monoko has gone quiet. Ciel is all smiles, asking if they can test Verso's immortality, then checking in on Monoko. When Maëlle asks what do they do now, she comments that life goes on, decades and decades ahead of them. This must be what immortality feels like. And Lune, ever serious, reminds them that they still have work ahead of them and questions that need answered. That can wait until another time, though. Lumiere is straight ahead. There's not a lot of life left in the city, but what does remain welcomes them back as heroes. Academy students will treat Lune like royalty. The children will adore Monoko and Esquier, who are like creatures from storybooks to them. Ciel stays close to the two and socializes with friends, while Maëlle walks away from the harbor towards her still guardian, Emma, Gustav's sister. She's come with some of his apprentices to greet them, but seeing only Maëlle, they know that Gustav didn't make it back. She's honored him by finishing his journal and seeing it return to the apprentices just as he wished, but this is a pain that some of them were not yet ready for. They secretly had hope that Gustav would come back someday. As for Verso, he isolates himself. His sister had given him a letter some time ago, sealed with wax. He chose to save it for when his journey was finally over. Now's the time. He sits at the seaside, facing the blank monolith, and reads the words of Alicia. They're words that align with his own heart. She's tired of the conflict plaguing their family and the other family, she says. She's come to peace with what is to come, and she hopes that he has too. But she too writes to Maëlle, giving Verso permission to show this letter to the girl if he wishes to. Alicia writes to Maëlle that it's odd seeing her with Verso, smiling and laughing, without scars or memories that afflict her. Maëlle is Alicia, as she was meant to be, and Alicia with the mask is simply a painted version of her. Alicia writes explicitly that her family, the white-haired man Renoir, Verso of Expedition Zero, her missing sister Clea, they are copies of Maëlle's, and this world is a mirror of where Maëlle belongs. It was painted by her mother, the paintress, in grief. And in ridding this world of the paintress, they would be losing the only one standing between all of them and the one who would plunge them into the abyss, the one who would erase them, the one who truly invokes the gommage out of love to the paintress, Maëlle's father. The monolith was a warning. She wonders if Maëlle will differ from her father and her sister, as she has. Her mother painted life, her father death. And finally she asks the girl, "What will you paint?" It's finally time. The undoing of all life that was inevitable, but in a merciful minute rather than years of withering. The man beneath the monolith is free, he's ready, and he releases his creation, a wall of death to cover the lands. Verso closes his eyes as the blast draws close, knowing that his unmaking will not come so easily. He will have to wait for the man to arrive to tend to him personally. But for everyone else in the city, they only have a few moments of confusion before they begin their gommage. Some do panic, as they saw the wave and the effects that it created when it passed, but many, especially the children, didn't notice before turning to smoky flowers. CL closed her eyes to greet death as a friend, ready to be reunited with Pierre and the so many that she had lost. Lune faded, trying to make sense of what was taking place. How could this be happening if they had truly succeeded at the monolith? And the last to fade is Maëlle, who by all rights had years of life before her gommage. Alone at the end, as she never wanted to be, on the harbor of a home she never felt wanted in, she fades to dark petals. There will be no tomorrow. Aline was talent and vision in motion. When the young, gifted painter Renoir Dessendre met her, she already knew how to soar without flying too close to the sun. They fell in love, intertwined their art, and one day went on to marry. They were painters, those who could create entire worlds within a canvas, literal, breathing worlds that stood outside the confines of time. They put their souls and passions into each canvas, making adventurous wonderlands they could live within, which were extraordinary to the world they knew back home. But there was a price to pay for it. Being within the canvas was intoxicating, addicting. The flow of time varied, and when separated from your physical body for what could feel like weeks, months, or even years, it was possible to forget or not care about what you'd left behind. All the while, your body ailing and wasting away. Once, Renoir lost himself within a canvas. It overtook him. He didn't want to leave. It was Aline who went into that canvas world and forced him out. She saved his life, and over the years taught him how to fly, just like her. Aline became the head of the Painters' Council. The Dessendres settled down in a luxurious manor in France, and they started a family. They would have 3 children, 2 girls and a boy. Aline would prove to be the more strict, demanding parent, while Renoir seemed to be more easygoing. Aline ensured that all the children would be trained as painters as soon as they were able to hold a brush, and in their eldest daughter especially, she created a titan. Clair Dessendre was a master, and at least as an adult, she was also cold, to the point, and at times cruel. As the eldest, she was taught excellence, expected to excel, and she did. It was almost a certainty that Clair would take over her mother's station one day, if she desired. But it was clear to her father that the girl was expected to carry so much more than was fair. She existed as though she was expected to carry the weight of a city on her back. And then her younger brother Verso. He was treated quite differently. He was taught excellence, of course, but Aline favored Verso, let him learn, and even taught him music, despite her desire to have a family of painters. Renoir and Verso seemed to have their own language of in-jokes and stories, but Verso also had a very special relationship with Clair. They were playmates and friends. When they were young, they were given canvases to paint, small worlds to practice the art of creation upon. But Verso was given a rather large one all his own, and he painted his very soul into it. He painted a world that reflected his own, but it was fantastical, vibrant, and full of just the sorts of adventures a couple cooped-up kids would want. He created the peaceful wordsmiths known as the Gratis, the warrior pranksters and goofsters, the Gestrels. He painted a spectacular city called Lumiere that felt like Paris, and filled the world in with as many mountains, valleys, peaks, and oceans as he could dream up. Clair painted there too, and made her share of friends. But Aline and Renoir were careful not to let the children remain too long in the canvas. They would be taught restraint and pacing early, as it would be easy for one so young to be enthralled by the wonders of their own imaginations. The youngest of the Dessendre children was Alicia, who had a bit of a case of youngest kid syndrome. Clair and Verso were pretty close in age, but Alicia was younger than Verso by about a decade. Clair was too old to play with her, and was a major brat to her younger sister. Verso was awfully sweet to Alicia, but he was also a bit too old to be a playmate, so she grew up a bit isolated and in the shadows of Clair's brilliance and Verso's charisma, and she knew it. Aline didn't seem to give Alicia the reassurance that she needed to thrive, and Renoir wasn't around as often as he perhaps should have been, so the girl had it rough. She didn't think highly of herself, and believed her family generally didn't have a high opinion of her either, despite her clearly being Renoir's favorite child, his hidden star. It may have been why Clair was such a brat towards Alicia, but Renoir adored Alicia. The signal just wasn't strong enough to get through, it seemed, and her mother didn't help. While the wall of the manor dedicated to the children's paintings was covered in works by Verso and Clair, the only one Aline allowed by Alicia was a tiny one in the corner. Alicia was still a talented paintress. She was just young and needed extra training. And she needed to stop comparing herself to Clair, who was over a decade older and had the privilege of growing up with Aline's attention, dedication, and patience. When Clair was a bit older, she had quite suddenly abandoned Verso's canvas world and all the friends she had made within. She moved on to other things in life, other friend groups, other projects. She became an adult, and it was time to stop playing in canvases. Years passed, and while Clair thrived in the real world, and Verso poured his heart into music, Maëlle locked herself away reading books. She was a voracious reader. When she was in her mid-teens, her love for literature caught the attention of another group, the writers. The painters poured their art and power into canvases, but the writers, what they're capable of can only be imagined. It makes for a fun mental exercise, but sadly, we can't know explicitly what the writers' goals were. They did have issues with the Dessendre family, if not the painters entirely, and somehow, manipulating Alicia, they got into the Dessendre family home, and they started a fire. It trapped the poor girl in the flames. Alicia would have died there, had her older brother not been in the home. Verso ran into the fire, retrieved the horrifically burned girl, and got her out of the flames, but in doing so, he was also burned. Alicia barely survived. Verso did not. Grief pierced the Dessendre family like shrapnel. Clair, who was always so calculating and unmovable, felt deep emotion at the loss of her brother, but her way of expressing it was to start a one-woman war against the writers. That was her reason, it was her mission, it kept her busy, it was her revenge. And for as cutthroat as she could be, it couldn't be denied the love she had for her family, even Alicia. She was helping by fixing the problem, by making the danger go away, and as a show of love, she would even return home from time to check in on and aid her family members. Renoir, who was away from the home at the time of the fire, was consumed by guilt for not being there when he was needed. He was a father who wasn't shy about telling his children he loved them, the sort who would hug his son and adore his daughters. Clair was on a warpath, Verso was suddenly just gone, and Alicia was so viciously maimed. The girl lost an eye, her voice was taken, and her face was scar tissue. And she carried on with the merciless knowledge that she was used by the writers to get into the house. She blamed herself for Verso's death, and Aline took it all the worst. The powerful paintress crumbled at the loss of her only son and favored child. She held against Renoir his absence during the fire, and she couldn't even look at Alicia. The girl recovered as a shell of her former self, lost the ability to feel joy, and it meant little to her mother. Aline was so consumed by her own loss that she disregarded the rules for being in a canvas, and she walked away from her still living, broken-up family. Aline went into Verso's childhood canvas, where the last bits of his soul remained, keeping the world alive so that she could be near what remained of him. She did so with no intention in leaving it. She created for herself copies of her own family, made them each immortal and in her own vision. Notably of Alicia, she could have made the girl as she was before the fire, healed her with her voice back, but Aline painted this version of her daughter to still go through the fire, to live with a scarred face, a missing eye, and with no voice, as though this version of Alicia needed to be punished. When Aline was in the canvas world, her body was outside, slowly sickening and wasting away, which put the real Renoir Dessendre on a time limit. Aline had once saved him from a canvas that he'd trapped himself within, and now he would save her. He would not let his family be torn apart. He would bring them back together. He would not let Aline have a slow suicide while they watched. Though Clair felt indifferent to Aline's choices, she wished to help her father, and more importantly, she needed help with the war that she was bringing to the writers. She needed her father. Renoir needed to deal with Aline as quickly as possible, so she would help him for a time. Clair painted the creatures that would eventually be known as Neverons, monstrous beings that would invade the canvas world. They would prevent chroma from being recycled back into the canvas from anything they killed, ensuring they would slowly limit Aline's ability to paint new life. A painter can't make more art without paint. Within the canvas, Aline, the paintress, met her husband, the real Renoir, the curator in battle. The monolith appeared, the fracture began. And then Clair. She saw to her own affairs. With the capture of her painted counterpart, the perpetual creation of more Neverons, her interference with Expedition Zero and Simon, before she departed to see to her own affairs in the real world. Her war. But those were stories already told. 51 years in the canvas for the curator, for Renoir, wasn't long for Clair and Alicia in the outside real world. Alicia was as recovered as she was going to get. Clair checked in on her from time to time, but the teenager was mostly on her own. One day when Clair was home, Alicia was awoken from her rest by a nightmare, one that plagued her often, of Verso burning, holding out his hand, telling her that she was okay. The girl had no voice, made no sound anymore, but somehow, Clair knew to call to her from another part of the house. Clair knew that Alicia was awake without getting an audible response and ordered her downstairs. The younger takes her time looking at paintings and family belongings, saying hello to the dogs Noko and Minoko III, even though Clair is scolding her to hurry up. The elder sister never actually takes action to force Alicia into compliance. Her searching can reveal sad dynamics and expectations in the family, at least from Alicia's perspective, that existed well before the fire. It too reveals how devastated she is by the loss of Verso, the absence of her parents, and the guilt she holds for the part that she played. Even if it wasn't intentional, she'll never forgive herself for what the writers did. Clair is waiting for her in the family studio, where so many painted worlds and canvases created by the Dessendre family are stored. Verso's childhood canvas is the center of attention, and as usual, Aline and Renoir's bodies are standing before it, faces and eyes spotted in chroma as they carry on a separate existence inside the world. And Clair has been at work, as always. The woman is relentless and emotionally detached, arguably to protect herself from her own pain and feeling of loss. When Alicia asks if Clair saw Verso in the canvas, she very quickly snaps back that what is in the canvas is not Verso. It's a painted copy made from their mother's memory, and she needs to remember that. And while yes, they've been in the canvas for a while, they have spent longer in other worlds. The situation isn't that dire. She quite views Renoir's efforts at saving Aline as a waste, as there are more urgent matters to deal with. If Aline wants to numb herself in fantasy, to run away and hide, then let her. As she says, grief is no excuse, we're all grieving. Aline is a grown woman with responsibilities and power. She has failed to uphold her own standards and become a hypocrite when it came to her own rules. Clair reassures Alicia that the measures she has put in place with preventing chroma from being returned to Aline will eventually force the paintress into a loss. She also lets slip that the family Aline created in the canvas is obscene to her. It's as close to admitting that it hurts her as she'll get. When Clair saw the idealized version of herself that Aline made in the canvas world, it probably hurt quite deeply. Her response to it was to absolutely destroy everything about that creation. She painted over her, trapped her in a prison in the sky, is forcing her to make more Nevrons. She even crushed the being that loved Clair, Simon. She actually orders Alicia to stay out of her business with the writers. If they were to use Alicia again, Clair is honest about not being the same as Verso. She might not save Alicia like he did. She loves and hates Verso for his choice. But she offers Alicia a chance to do something useful. Enter the canvas and help Renoir. Clair needs him back home, and it'll keep Alicia out of trouble. And this isn't a careless use of Alicia's life, it's a rather bold test of her sister, and a sort of trust in her to be useful. She also reminds her that this is all happening because of Alicia's naivety. Alicia accepts Clair's proposition, and she adds an idea of her own. Once Aline is brought out of the canvas, she'll just try to go back into it, so Alicia tells Clair that they should hide it. It won't stop Aline, but it will slow her down long enough that they may be able to destroy the canvas before she finds it again. Clair will be away on business, so it's up to Alicia and Renoir to see that through. Find the last sliver of Verso's soul left in the canvas and destroy it. With Clair's guidance, Alicia enters the canvas world of her brother. She's immediately pulled into the space between the canvas world and the real world, where she'll transition between the two. But right away there is a problem. Aline's chroma is here, which can paint over anything that she can overpower, which would be anything other than Renoir and Clair. Alicia tries to resist her mother's chroma. Clair orders her to stay calm and resist, but the teenager panics and fails. Clair sighs, but only seems mildly disappointed. Alicia is going to be reborn in this world as one of Aline's creations. So their plan has probably failed immediately. At least it will keep her little sister out of trouble until she gets back. Maëlle walks the streets of Empty Lumiere as her full, complete self once again. She remembers everything now, from both of her lives. The memory of Clair seeing her off is so fresh, but it was also 16 years ago. Everything here is the creation of her long-dead brother and a grieving mother. But this is where she spent the last half of her life. Every inch of it, every life within it, is as real as Minoko III, resting in his bed in front of the fireplace with Noko. Who could possibly say that Gustav didn't love and raise her? That losing him wasn't one of the worst moments of her life. Too, here is Verso, sitting on a bench waiting for his time with Renoir to be unmade. The two remake each other's acquaintance, preferring to be Maëlle and Verso, but knowing that neither is actually that person. Now that she's been through all of this and lived two lives, she does wish Verso had helped her remember her real life, rather than withholding it all this time. She feels that regret for trusting the writers, for losing her brother, and Verso feels the same thing that his counterpart would have. He wishes for his existence here to end, that this world needs to be erased so they can be free of it, but Maëlle insists that her brother wouldn't want that. He loved his creations. But now, Verso counters, it's being used by a broken woman to live in a make-believe life that will kill her eventually. Maëlle passes over that last bit, ignoring the damage to Aline, instead insisting that this canvas world is real to her. Renoir, the real one, has arrived in the city, and she insists that he will help her fix it. The version Aline painted was a ruthless, unflattering version of the real Renoir. Verso doesn't really seem so convinced, though. As they walk through the empty city, Maëlle explains that she hid Verso's canvas before she entered it. It's why she's so sure that Renoir will help her, not destroy it. Aline won't be able to find her way back in right away. And he's sure to let her stay here, because she's not been here very long. 16 years in the canvas isn't that long outside. They find the curator, patiently waiting for them, not far away, weapon in hand. He does not strike out, he never has. The curator has always shown restraint and acted slowly with the expedition. Now he finally gets to step out as himself, and for him, it is the first time in 67 years that he's embraced his youngest daughter. And while they do have a lot to catch up on, what's first proper is speaking with Verso. Renoir first goes to him to formally have words with the one who has done so much for the one behind the gommage. He is humble in acknowledging the harm of Aline's work, and the sort of existence it forced upon this copy of a dream. He doesn't draw out the apology with platitudes or projections. He gets to the point. He offers Verso oblivion, knowing that it's what they both desire and that it cannot be any other way. Maëlle, however, did not see this coming. She was sure Renoir would allow the world to be rebuilt with Aline expelled from it. But he explains that this canvas still contains a literal piece of Verso's soul that is being forced to continue painting. So long as this canvas exists, Aline will not give it up. For the sake of those who still live, they have to part with Verso. This is their opportunity, but Maëlle continues to argue with him. She says that this is part of Verso, they have to keep it. And then she lets the truth slip. This is her home now. And that is the crux, which he catches right away. Her home. Remaining here is an inevitable death sentence. She has been here far longer than he would have otherwise allowed, and the addictive nature of a reality that can be painted to the heart's content has captured her. He knows the signs, and he's putting his foot down. Even if he has to be the villain, he will play the hard part if it means keeping her safe from a dying world, prevent her from becoming like Aline. Though not at his full strength, he begins to paint destruction, which is finally the commencement of Verso's gommage. Maëlle is unwilling to let go, and though she cannot outright oppose Renoir right now, she can stop the erasure of Verso. He himself acts in no one's favor, simply letting himself be a pawn between the two. Esquier's arrival will be the intervention to end possible further escalation. He already has Minoko, and to Renoir's credit, he does not push aggression against his daughter. He allows her to collect Verso, to find the chroma of two friends lost here today, and to get aboard Esquier, to depart in peace. Renoir will remain in Lumiere, gathering his strength, while his painted destruction takes over the streets. He knows that his daughter will have to return eventually, otherwise he will erase this world entirely. In the safety of their camp, Maëlle practices painting with intention, something she's not learned. Her family makes it look so effortless, so Verso gives her a tip. It's not about creating the appearance of life, it's about making the essence of something. She must create the true being itself, not a version or a copy of it. So she tries again, remembering precisely who she is trying to create, and she paints back into existence Lune and Ciel. They both remember being gommaged, are confused, but neither are upset. They spend the evening explaining everything to them, no more secrets, not even from Verso. Lune is enraged at him for abusing their trust, but Ciel hones in on Maëlle's ability to bring people back. She could return everyone they've lost, if she can get the chroma. Right now, Renoir controls all the chroma in the canvas, but if she can, she could recreate the world and everyone that once lived in it. But how could they possibly take the chroma away from Renoir? Well, Lune offers that they could use the expeditioners killed by the Neverons. Their chroma is still locked away in their bodies. It's old and it won't be usable like Ciel's and Lune's was, but they decide to travel the continent once more, to gather all the expeditioners' chroma that they can find, so Maëlle can paint them an army to take back the city. Before calling it a night, Verso speaks with the party like old times. Lune is of course still livid with him, and tears apart his flawed logic for why he kept secrets. His hypotheticals and assumptions took the human element out of the equation. They could have found another way forward together that didn't involve making everyone gommage. Verso refuses to apologize for saving his mother's life, but does apologize for breaking their trust. He vows that he will do everything he can to bring their loved ones back. Ciel is more calm on the matter. She confesses that she was pretty mad about it, but she got over it. She doesn't care that everything she knew about her world is wrong. It's changed the rules of death. The prospect of getting her Pierre back matters more than anything. She would sacrifice Verso in a heartbeat if it meant getting Pierre back, so she understands the choices he made. There's no hard feelings about it. Maëlle is focused on her father and how to expel him from the canvas before he is strong enough to erase everything within. Verso warns her that if she fights him, it might cause another fracture, and next time it could be her trapped in the monolith. He asks if maybe it's time for her to go home. This world is suffering the burden of her family's cycle of grief, and it needs to break. While Verso is busy, Lune, Maëlle, and Ciel chat about the outside world and how strange things are. Maëlle remembers 2 childhoods, 2 hometowns, 2 families, but she views her family outside the canvas as gone. She has several reasons for viewing the canvas world as the more favorable of the 2 places to live. Her presence gives them hope too. She is the key to them getting back futures that were taken from them. Once the night has passed, they depart to assemble the greatest expedition in history, traveling to old locations where they'd found long-lost expeditioners. Maëlle pulls from them the chroma that once formed their life. Some of it has been trapped inside these bodies for decades, making it stale and old, but every bit will help. It will be required for the destruction painted within the city. They work their way through each location, resurrecting those that came before and they had to leave behind. Their final stop is the place it all began, the Dark Shore, where so many of Expedition 33 died. Some will rejoin the fight back home in Lumiere. When the time is right, Maëlle will paint them back into being. They can go straight back to the city, but there is a chance they won't come back from it. So why leave unfinished business? At camp one night, Verso works with Ciel in overcoming her fear of water, not quite understanding why she's so deeply afraid of it. But with everything that's happened as of late, there's a renewed vigor within the woman to move past what's holding her back. She wants to conquer water. He convinces her that she is safe with him by telling funny stories of overcoming his made-up fear of Minoko via exposure. Noko tied the 2 together for a month so he would get over it, and how when he was a kid, he was the swim captain at his school. They go one step at a time into the shallow waters until she is able to swim all on her own to a small island. The 2 of them spend a bit of time together on the little island, celebrating Ciel's victory, knowing that despite the difficulties of their journey, they can rely on each other. And back at shore, she tells Verso more about Pierre and how she coped after his death. She was in a bad place and understands why Aline did the things she did. Back then, Ciel would have done anything if it meant getting her husband back, even if it meant making a copy of him. She wouldn't do that now. She has seen how it torments Verso and those around him. But after Pierre was gone, it was the void that he left around him that ate at Ciel. She couldn't handle the lack of him and didn't want to continue without him. She began to swim out to sea with the intention of never returning so she could die in the waves. But when she awoke the next day, she was back in Lumiere on the docks with no memory of how she'd gotten there. She was rushed to the hospital and informed that she'd lost her baby, but she didn't realize she was pregnant. She wants Maëlle to bring everyone back. She wants Pierre back, but she doesn't know how to tell him that she lost their child. All Verso can say to such a significant series of losses is "I'm so sorry," because what else could one possibly say to ease the burden of one like Ciel? But he does give her company in her choices. He's considered ending things too, believing that ending his life would solve problems for others. Taking that route is a choice like any other choice, he says. But then a little story about a creature that real Verso painted into this canvas. A creature who always helps people consumed by their dark thoughts. One who's been with him time and time again, who calls him one of his best friends. Esquier, just such a creature who would pull Ciel from the waves. A bit later, once Ciel is settled back with the group, Lune pulls Verso aside with a request. Her parents. She would like to find their expedition journal to know what happened to them. Verso has come across Expedition 46's trail on Sirene Island. He knows the path to where their expedition may have ended, if she feels ready to face something like that. She tries to dismiss the idea as something they can't afford to spend time on, but sometimes Lune just needs to be a bit more selfish. Of course they'll make the detour to find her parents' expedition. Later, Maëlle confronts Verso about the letter Alicia wrote. She found it, and she would like to speak to her painted counterpart. She wants to understand more about her, why Aline kept her scarred. Verso pushes back, saying Alicia doesn't owe anyone answers like that, but Alicia kept coming to Maëlle when the chance is presented. She thinks Alicia wants her to see, to tell her something. Verso may be trying to protect her by isolating her, but it's not doing her any favors. Her mother, father, sister, they're gone. Her world is gone. It's true Alicia doesn't owe them anything, but Maëlle feels that they owe Alicia something. She wants to find her. And after some convincing, Verso tells her that Alicia is probably atop a mountain near the Monolith, near her Axon, in a place that she loves. Then with Minoko, the two friends speak calmly of the past and their friendship. Minoko feels the sadness of those around him, the humans that he's chosen to walk beside, because he is a loyal friend, just like the Minoko beside the painting, the family dog. A decade ago, these two parted ways, with Minoko going to live with the Grandis, saying that it was to protect them. But in truth, he couldn't stand watching the expeditions die anymore. He wonders if he's here now because he's truly loyal, or if he was painted to be loyal. He misses the old days when he could just play around with the Dessendre family when they visited the canvas. But to soothe his melancholic heart, they spend part of the night hunting down Nevrons that are entirely too dangerous for them to be fighting. After their violent de-stressing, Minoko makes a request. He wants to bring Noko back. He wants to make the journey to the Sacred River. Golgra will probably be unhappy about Minoko cutting the line, but he's pretty sure he can handle the Gestural Chief. He wants Verso's help, though, just in case, which is an easy promise to give. He would do anything for Noko and Minoko. Then, finally, the big man, Esquier, who has a pout about him. He asks Verso why he hid Sori, his flying rock, from him. He didn't pull Sori out until the last second when they were mid-fight with the Paintress. Was Verso hiding Sori? And he confesses that he was because he was afraid the expedition would want to go back to Lumiere if Esquier could fly, which was a very mean thing for Verso to do. But being mean isn't always a mean thing to do. Kind of like Francois. Meanies who hide things aren't really being mean. Which reminds him of where he lost Uri, his underwater rock. He left Uri in Francois' cave. He recommends singing to Francois this time instead of fighting. Kind of like how Clea and Francois used to do together long ago. It made him so happy. Or they can trade him a better rock, one that looks like Francois, with a miniature Clea on top. Granted, it is an adorable creation that should absolutely win over the heart of the ever-enraged Francois, but surprisingly, it doesn't work. He doesn't want to give up Uri, not even for such an amazing work of art. So Verso has a round with the turtle while Esquier watches ever supportively from the sidelines. He is one of the most powerful beings in the canvas, but also exquisitely lazy. Fran gets a bit of a beat down and hands over Uri fair and square with a demand that the other Clair rock stays behind. He actually likes it a lot more than he let on. While Verso and Esquier exit the cavern, they can hear the echoes of Francois' sobs. When they're back at camp, Esquier tells Verso that Francois waits for Clea every day. The day she vanished, he stopped singing. Esquier believes that she will come back one day, even though it's been a few centuries. Esquier has never talked about the other real Verso with the painted version of Verso. So the man asks about it. Does Esquier miss that version? Does it bother him who the painted Verso is? And the big guy says that he views it like they're cousins. The same but different. Of course it doesn't bother him. He wants to go on adventures forever with Verso. In private, after Verso's had his time with them, Ciel has a talk with Esquier to ask him directly about things that he said to her in the past. Like when he called her my terrible swimmer friend the first time they met. He corrects her and says that was the second time they'd met. He has a terrible habit of making things so confusing. She asks, was she swimming the first time they met? Which, yes, she was before she stopped swimming in the middle of the ocean, which was quite dangerous. Which was the confirmation she needed. He was the one who saved her that terrible day she tried to drown herself. He was far away, but he could hear her tears. It's as simple as that to him. After all this time, finally knowing what happened, she thanks Esquier. He says that she was looking for something back then. Did she find them? And she says no, but hopefully she will soon. First, they will see to Alicia in the mountains near the Monolith. She has been alone for far too long, and is hidden away in a place called the Reacher now, with the Axon, the real Renoir, painted in his daughter's honor. That Axon, she who grasps the sky, has grown taller than all the others, But it wasn't always so large. She grew because she was obsessed with reaching the stars. Maëlle knows that it's another of her father's lessons, his stories that he paints into all of his works because he just can't help himself. This one is about hope. Alicia will be waiting for them at the top of the Reacher, which is going to be one hell of a climb. Funny, since Renoir also knows that his daughter has vertigo. The structure that is the Reacher was put together by the Axon and is haphazardly nailed or tied together wood and never-ending scaffolding. Minoko says that the Nevrons covering it are jealous of the Axon and are trying to destroy her work by tearing it and her down to the ground, all part of Renoir's parable. Climbing the giant's tower is hours of work, eventually leading them above the cloud line and around parts of the mountain itself where small hot air balloons help them get around. The Top Hat spirit is deep into the journey, and he wonders aloud to them if it's worse to die or to be a survivor, to grieve or to be grieved. Death comes in an instant, but a survivor carries their death for the rest of their lives. This spirit now finds himself grieving people before they're even past, what could have been, what's going to happen. Alicia will never forgive herself for what happened and will always be scarred from it. He wishes that he could ease her burden. There's a quirky little workshop near the top of the Reacher, occupied by an odd Nevron with green hair, who's quite welcoming to them, Maëlle in particular. It excitedly goes towards a set of wings it's been working on, a prototype amongst many others, and it shows it to her, but she brushes it off, reminding them that she has vertigo. The girl laments her father's attempts at helping, his tries at connecting, and her own failures. She's the youngest, which amplifies it. Clay is the oldest and is such an achiever, such a talented leader, and she believes that she's her father's favorite. Verso is the one who could always laugh with Renoir, who always seemed to have an inside joke, and then there was her, who Verso correctly states was Renoir's actual favorite child, who he called his hidden star. Despite what she thinks of herself, she just needs to look around for the proof. All of this is proof that her father just wanted her to fly. The final stretch of the Reacher is brutal, with blighting creatures walking through foggy mountain paths, ensuring that the top of the mountain remains well protected. When they finally reach the top and end of the trail, Alicia is peacefully sitting, painting the Axon, waiting. Verso approaches her first with the letter that she wrote, kneeling at her side and giving it back to her. But Alicia doesn't wish to communicate about that, on matters that have already passed. What's done is done. There are other matters to see to now. She wishes to communicate with Maëlle. So she pauses the world, puts it into grayscale, and the two of them have a private moment. Maëlle understands Alicia and the tragic circumstances of her life. Why she wears the mask is so much more than the events of the fire. She was painted to be this way by Aline. Their mother blames them for Verso, and Alicia was punished for it. When Maëlle tells Alicia that she didn't deserve Aline's blame, part of her has to know that she's speaking to herself too. In a friendly gesture, Alicia calls their Axon to the cliffside and extends a hand to Maëlle to invite her into the great being. She wants to show her something hidden away within, which turns out to be the true Axon, controlling the shell that has been growing around it all these years. It is the smallest of them, yet it is also the biggest. And to Maëlle's surprise, Alicia seems happy here. She enjoys this place. It makes her at ease. So at ease that she challenges Maëlle to a duel. Alicia is just as tough a combatant as Maëlle, because these two are reflections of one another and their capabilities. She gets to witness abilities in play that she's never seen before and experience what it's like trying to parry herself. Their duel isn't a terribly long one, but it is quite enjoyable, with Maëlle taking the victory but not by much. The two decide to leave the Axon be, so she can continue her climb to the stars, and they leave the arena together back to the cliffside where the team still waits. Maëlle acknowledges aloud that this Axon represents their father's hope for her, and bids it to leave them, to claim its piece of sky. Maëlle ends the pause of the world, returns the color, but keeps her attention on Alicia. It's time to carry out why Alicia wanted Maëlle to come here. She knows they both deserve to fly. and she's going to give Alicia a new beginning by ending this life. It's an end that her counterpart is glad to welcome. She will greet death like a friend, whispering faintly so she can be returned to her family. Verso is watching all of this without comprehending, but he needs to see. Alicia is peacefully unmade, her chroma returned to the world, and Verso's understanding comes far too late. His sister is gone before he is able to reach them. While he slowly registers his own grief, Maëlle stands tall, showing no emotion for what's taken place, as though a beautiful mistake has finally been corrected. Camp is made after the long journey up the mountain is concluded. Verso isolates himself from the group as expected. Maëlle soon follows to speak with him about what has happened, and at first there's awkward silence between them, until Maëlle apologizes and explains that the unmaking was what Alicia wanted, and that they owed it to her. She honored her wishes when nobody else would, but Verso doesn't argue against her reasoning. He didn't get to say goodbye. He didn't get a chance to talk to her. They disagree on the notion a bit, but it comes down to him not even getting a chance to speak with her before Maëlle erased her, and she should know better than anyone else what it's like to lose a sibling without getting to say goodbye. He's lashing out against Maëlle, when ultimately the choice was Alicia's, and it was carried out precisely how she wanted, but he feels alone. He has no family left. Maëlle reminds him that he still has them, and Alicia's death would have come anyways. Had Verso's plan succeeded, Renoir would have erased her with the canvas. But still, she is sorry for not thinking of him, for giving him a chance to say goodbye at least. Though Verso is still hurt over the loss, he won't harbor ill will towards Maëlle. He understands why Alicia wanted to be erased, and the two of them empathize with each other. Once emotions have calmed, for a while, they stand and stare at the monolith. It looks odd without a number on it. Maëlle is certain that Aline is mega pissed right now, and if Clair is home, the two are probably driving each other insane. But Clair is rarely home anymore. She tells Verso that the real Clair is busy with her one-woman war against the Riders. She took her brother's death very personally, and he informs her that he's actually met Clair 3 times. After the fracture, when she stopped them at the barrier, she randomly stopped in some years ago trying to recruit him, and then, 16 years ago, she found him to tell him about Maëlle being born. Ah, and that's the revelation that Verso has been watching over her from afar her entire life, under order from her sister no less. He was never meant to be a part of her life. He certainly couldn't take her from the city after her parents died to raise her himself. When she came to the continent with Expedition 33, he started clearing dangerous Nevrons that they would encounter. He saved her from the beach and took her to the Flying Waters Manor door. He's probably the one that pulled Gustav away from the beach too. He saved as many as he could, but there were too many expeditioners. He couldn't do much to help all of them. And that leads her to a terrible question. Could he have saved Gustav from Renoir on the cliffs? And he could lie here, or at least try to lie. But he doesn't. He honestly says that yes, he could have saved Gustav. But when she inevitably found out the truth about the canvas, Gustav alone would have prevented her from complying with Verso's mission, which was ultimately to send his mother home. He admits that he should have told her sooner, but he couldn't take any chances. Despite the cruelty of Gustav's death, Maëlle does understand Verso's choice and respects it. They end the conversation with a decision. To paint something new on the monolith. A message to Renoir, telling him to go home. The next day, they tend to Lune's request, locating Expedition 46's journal to discover the fate of her parents. Verso leads them back to Suresnes, to a path that was hidden on the side of the island. They find it's one straight path, closed off by a gate, which can only be opened by music. As soon as it's open, bodies from the 46th expedition start appearing on the path. They're not Lune's parents, but she does recognize some of them from her childhood. The death knell of the expedition strikes the earth halfway down the path, a snake-like creature that looks to be made of coarse fabric. It's a cursed, angry thing that does huge group damage on its turn and strikes in rapid succession. And once it's defeated, it reveals 3 dark ballet dancers were controlling it from within, who initiate a Phase 2 based on magic damage. Even trained as they are, it's a tough rumble against the 3, but clearing them out allows them to claim what they came here for, the Journal of Expedition 46. It's just beyond the fight arena. Apparently, Lune's mother was a serious badass. She fought a mighty Nevron alone for 4 days and nights, which allowed the rest of the expedition to escape. When her mother finally left the fight, she was badly injured and at death's door. But she was at peace, knowing that her daughter Lune would finish their work. Lune takes a deep breath but doesn't say anything more than let's head back to camp. They are done for the day. Once settled, Lune has a private conversation with Verso about the environment she grew up in. The paintress was a constant presence. There was never any relief from it. Even her mother's last words were about their work. Did her parents have faith in her, or was she their backup plan for their legacy? She thinks she still hears their voices in her head, pushing her to continue their work. But Verso corrects her. Whatever is in her head is her own voice. She has to own it and choose her own way forward now. Sitting back at camp, Verso sits beside her as she writes in a notebook, really focused in on something she's working on. He makes a few guesses as to what it could be, mostly academic materials, he assumes. But it's actually music. She is, after all, an accomplished guitar player. Her parents had told her that music was frivolous, but she's learned to be a little more selfish with her time and is practicing replacing their voices with her own. There may have been a chance for the two to have a fling, but that's not something pursued here, much like with CL. Platonic relationships are beautiful too, not everything needs to be romance. The two play music together for a while, complementing one another with their instruments of choice. The last stop before returning to Lumiere is the sacred river to revive Noko. It will be a brief stop. The process won't take long. It will be bittersweet though. The site is beautiful and befitting a place of resurrection, but they need to be quick. They're technically cutting a very long line. And oh god, Golgra is already here, the chief of the Gestrels. She very casually calls Minoko out for skipping the queue again, and reminds him that he needs to wait his turn like everyone else. If they start bringing back young ones all willy-nilly, it could cause chaos. There aren't enough adults to take care of them. If Golgra can't be persuaded to let them by, then Minoko challenges her to a trial by combat. It's the only form of diplomacy that works with Gestrels. Verso will fight by his side, which she's fine with, and will be needed as Golgra is the best Gestrel fighter in existence. If either of them tried to fight her solo, she'd tear them apart. And even together, it honestly takes a couple tries against Golgra. She takes a few forms throughout the fight, and while her movesets aren't complex, they're hard to read. She does several in a row, and the timings aren't really what one might expect. Her health pool is massive, too. It makes sense that she's the chief of the Gestrels. RN Jesus comes through a few times to deliver a hard-fought victory to Minoko. Golgra isn't hell-bent on enforcing the rules against Minoko, and though she won't outright admit defeat, she will admit that Minoko entertained her, so she grants him access to the sacred river, this time. The spirit returns little Noko to life quickly, and as is to be expected, he comes back with some memories. He remembers Minoko, of course. The two lives have been intertwined for almost 7 decades, except this is a new Noko, and he's confused. He asks if they can go home now, but Minoko tries to remind him of their mission with their expedition friends, except Noko has no memory of them. Minoko's attempts to soothe Noko with a promised journey to see them at camp to show him the treasures that they found just deepens his confusion. Golgra offers to take Noko back to the Gestrel village so he can have time to adjust in a familiar environment. Minoko doesn't want to let Noko go again, but for the little guy's good, he gives Golgra custody. The parties go separate ways, and once back at camp, Minoko stays by himself. Verso knows him well enough to know that he'd be too proud to admit that he wants to talk, so he approaches uninvited. Verso wastes no time in bringing up Noko. There's no need to beat around the bush with the Gestrels. Minoko is mourning the loss of who Noko was, but despite the changes the rebirth requires, he still sees his old mentor in Noko. All he has to add now is thanks to Verso for his help on the matter. Though a bit later, Verso does ask Minoko why he wants to bring Noko back so quickly. Noko had said before that he didn't mind waiting in the queue for his rebirth. But Minoko knew the living painter Verso long ago, and that Verso never intended for there to be a queue. The river was a gift for the Gestrels, so they could have new beginnings. Noko took care of him, and now Minoko takes care of him. That is how it's supposed to work. Minoko knows that tomorrow is not a guarantee. He still knows Verso's heart, and he knows what he wants. He's not going to waste time, and he's going to stay loyal to Verso until the end, for both of the Versos that he has shared life with, for all the people of this world who also deserve a new beginning. It's finally time to storm the city. Their time to prepare has offered the same to Renoir. Lumiere is completely overtaken by his creations, more than they could ever possibly fight through. It's too dangerous for Esquier to fight in the city, for Renoir would unmake him as soon as he was within reach. The big man has to sit this out. With the chroma they collected throughout the continent, Maël paints a wave of expedition fighters back into a form of existence. They will handle the bulk of the aberrations throughout the city and act as interference. Expedition 33 will have to do their fair share of fighting, but it's a level playing field. It's heartbreaking to be running through familiar streets where weeks ago it was Gustave who was starting the adventure off. Now Maël is seeing the end of it, through a landscape that looks nothing like home. In a familiar courtyard, they discover Renoir is using Maël's own strategy against them. He's used chroma to repaint next year's expedition. They will be fighting against the 32s in the streets. Renoir will be waiting for them deep in the city within a tower that looms in the distance, but not all the city will be covered in hostility. They find a spirit, the young boy in a courtyard, peacefully standing on his own. He remarks that it's beautiful here, that her paintings are always astonishing, but he wishes she could understand what it means for him to paint. That's all he has to say. He sadly goes quiet again. Some of Renoir's destructive creations prove to be as brutal as they are ghastly. The man is one for stories and parables, apparently to showmanship. Their journey through Lumiere pushes them to the edge of what they're capable of and tests their mental fortitude. In the trashed opera house, that young boy sits at a piano, playing beautiful music. Maël and Verso once spoke of fixing this place up so Verso could put on a concert here, as he missed being able to perform. And that young boy, he appears again some distance past the opera house, saying that maybe he should continue painting, as though there were a choice. And that's all he has to say. He speaks as though he's tired. He's being forced to do something and he wants to stop, but questions if he should continue doing it anyways. If only he would tell his story, maybe then they could help the poor guy. By the time they reach the path before the tower, Maël has been sustaining the remade expeditioners so long that her strength is starting to fail, which puts them on a time limit. Renoir has a few delightful creations for them to work through still, but once defeated, they are free to approach him. He doesn't stand like a man consumed by anger or violence. He looks tired, and doesn't turn to Maël, though he does acknowledge her. She tries to advocate for herself, for what this canvas means to her, and he knows better than anyone else what it means to her. He's been in the same position before, consumed by how intoxicating it can be. He too had a world that he poured his heart and soul into that he was enthralled by. Maël doesn't want to listen, and Renoir will not bend on his decision. When that happened to him, it was Aline who saved him. He has felt the loss and heartbreak that Maël is feeling. Now he's on the other side, saving his wife and unexpectedly having to save her too. He doesn't want to erase the last piece of his son's soul, but he will do it to save those who still live, even if it's a cruel choice. Ciel approaches him to remind him that the choices made in grief can often be regretted, and they're ones that can't be taken back. And Lune speaks from experience that the choices of parents leave permanent marks on their children, They have to be the ones to choose their own ways forward. To his deep credit, Renoir pauses and lets Maëlle tell her story, what she's experienced. She tells her father that after the fire, when he tried to encourage her to find new joy, she couldn't. Despite what it had done to her body, it was the loss of Verso and the part she played that she believes will forever deny her joy, and he stops things there. He calls her child, promises her that things will get better, but that this is not the way, numbing yourself in a canvas world. They are all correct in the things they say, but it changes nothing, and even if it makes her hate him, he is her father and he's going to look out for her. His composure breaks when she continues to push back that she's not a child. He's tired of fighting, and he yells that he treats her as if the shadow from the worst day of their lives is going to suffocate and take her from them too. It is the end of the discussion. But Maëlle will not concede this canvas that she has so embedded herself into. She draws her weapon on her father. What remains of Expedition 33 follows, and their confrontation comes to a head. Renoir has spent 67 years fighting in this canvas. He does not want to be fighting his cherished daughter. He wants to go home to rebuild his family. Achieving that would require killing everything Maëlle has grown to love over the last 16 years of her life. But if that's what it's going to take to save her from the addictive waste of the canvas, then so be it. Renoir changes the arena to set them in a field of red flowers reminiscent of the Gommage. He fights in the familiar form of the Curator and uses powerhouse attacks. Black holes, voids, he stuns his targets, and he is hard to parry against. He doesn't strike with anger against them. He seems to be trying to convince, to talk sense into them. But that doesn't mean he will go easy. He can even summon the mighty Axons back into being to aid him, giving him the benefit of shields the expedition has to break through, and when his health has finally been depleted, Sirène steps in to restore him completely. So long as he can keep regenerating, they don't stand a chance. The expedition pauses for a moment to ask each other if maybe they should try killing the Axons again, but then something terrible or wonderful. Time flows differently in the canvas. Days or weeks within could be nothing in the outside world. When Alicia, Maëlle, entered the canvas, she and Clea had hidden it away, someplace even Clea thought would be clever and effective, so that Aline wouldn't find it. But that didn't matter. Aline found it immediately. Nothing will keep her from returning to the canvas, no matter how sick it makes her. She has come back to retake this world from Renoir. He tries to reason with her. It's too soon for her to be doing this, but she doesn't even answer. She summons the being that sat at the Monolith to battle Sirène. Verso watches all this with a terrified, shocked disbelief. He thought he had saved his mother, and it was for nothing. All of it was for nothing. As the paintress fights in the background, a final round begins between Renoir and Expedition 33. Now, Renoir speaks with anger towards Aline, her selfishness. His gentle understanding is starting to break. He empowers himself with very personal displays. His family is why he does this. Despite his frustration, they are why he will continue to fight and stay the course. His attacks are faster, hit harder, some come more frequently, and can be several in one round. He tries to tell Aline to look at Alicia, that she can't be here. They're supposed to be a team, not adversaries, but she coldly tells him to go home, to paint something else. He asks why he is the only one who sees this, with the tone of a man who sounds like he's on the edge of tears or madness, but still he fights on. He tries to ask her once more to put aside the canvas, but Maëlle intercepts in midair and stabs him with her sword, bringing him down. With no healing to call upon, the fight is finally over. His family has united against him to embrace the intoxication of the canvas rather than the grief of life. Aline and Alicia, aided by the one who looks like his lost son. What a sorrowful defeat in combat. He speaks, but not entirely to Alicia, to Maëlle. He says that Aline once saved him from a canvas when he was lost within one, that she taught him how to use the powers of a painter safely. and during their life together, they created hundreds of worlds, and she never let him forget the price of time spent within them. Maëlle asks him to trust Aline, that if she is doing this now, to trust her, but Renoir will not. He will trust the lessons she taught him when she was not consumed by Verso's death. So Maëlle switches tactics. She says Renoir just wants control, to feel like he is saving Aline and her, but he's not saving them. Destroying the canvas won't help them move on. Yet, he says 67 years. 67 years of her grief, fighting in that monolith. She didn't move on. How long is enough? He persisted. And he shows his daughter the ugly truth that she has been so naive to. Renoir tears a hole in the canvas and shows Maëlle, shows Verso, their mother's body right now. She's stumbling, weeping, suffering, slowly dying while in the canvas. And the same will happen to Maëlle. 67 years wasn't enough for Aline, the powerful paintress. And he couldn't pull himself from a canvas. He had to be saved. Maëlle could never break the addiction herself either. As Renoir speaks, yes, it is for Maëlle, but he knows that his daughter will not give in to this. He tried that route, it failed. He's speaking to Verso, his last chance at saving her. He's lost Aline in the canvas. Clea has been fighting a solitary war. Alicia has been a living ghost. He needs it to be fixed. Ah, but the young Maëlle. She doesn't want to lose these people she loves so much. She's already lost too much, as has Renoir. The version of Renoir that Aline painted struck Verso when he resisted, forced him with violence for his own good. But the real father will not do so to his daughter. He could still force her out, burn the canvas, abandon his parable, but he won't. His chapter is over. The ending is for them to decide. Maëlle promises that she's not leaving forever. She just wants to stay here a little longer, and he knows full well that's not a promise that will be kept. Her stiff reassurance that he can trust her inspires no faith in her father or in Verso, who is taking in every detail of this scene. Renoir relents, though. Aline and Alicia have made their choices. He tells his girl that he'll keep the lights on for her. He hopes that she finds peace, bids them to hold on to each other, and unmakes himself. As a parting gift, he gives to Alicia, Maëlle, control of the canvas. It would seem that they won. Aline Dessendre chokes and weeps through the canvas tear, and they've won. Verso has been quiet through this, and can no longer be a bystander. He starts pushing through the tear, tells the others that he's sorry, and forces his body into the space between the true world and the canvas. That spirit, the young boy, is here, sitting on a canvas painting. It is the last piece of Verso's soul, a literal fragment of it, put into his beloved world. For it to exist, Verso's soul must continuously paint. The painted Verso sits at his counterpart's side and asks the spirit if he's tired of painting, which it nods yes to, and Verso sadly says that he is tired too, and he starts to slowly fall apart and come back together. His immortality allows him to be here, where he shouldn't be able to exist. Maëlle follows soon after, realizes what the spirit on the canvas is, and asks why Verso has come to this place. He wanted to see things as they are, not how you want them to be. And he calls Maëlle on her obvious lie to Renoir. They all know that she had no intention in leaving the canvas. He wants a conversation between the two of them, with no obscured meaning or vague intention. She knows as soon as she leaves, Renoir will erase the canvas. She doesn't want to go back to the lonely life she had in her shell of a body where she believes she'll have no future. Everything she could ever want is here. Here is where she'll have a chance to live, not just exist. He doesn't offer rebuttals or argue because there is no point. She's not wrong to want a better life for herself. But her choice doesn't only affect herself. It imprisons Verso, imprisons her brother's soul, ties a world into a numbing land of make-believe to soothe her own pain. It further guts the Dessendre family. Life keeps forcing cruel choices. He goes to the spirit and tells the boy that it's time to stop painting, and the spirit slowly reaches for the man, away from his work on the canvas until Mael puts her blade between them. She will not allow her brother's soul to stop painting. So now it's time to decide the fate of the canvas, and I won't tell you which one is right. They will take up arms against each other, that's unavoidable. Whoever wins the fight decides the fate of the canvas world. So first, from the perspective of Verso, fighting to end the cycles of grief that have burdened the world and destroyed everything he's ever loved. Mael asks him to think of Ciel, Lune, Minoko, and Eskie, but he will not back down. They exchange hits, with Verso holding nothing back against her, and when she asks if they can just go home to talk about it, he speaks with a conviction born from a century of life and decades of seeking an end. Not even she can change his mind. The usually gentle man speaks with an edge required for this task, and he quickly ends their violent exchange. This will force Alicia out of the canvas. She will still be herself, still have her memories, and like Aline, she will certainly try to force her way back into the canvas. But with her gone, no one will be in control of the chroma. He could possibly rely on Renoir to erase it, or he can do it himself. Mael begs him not to do this, to not leave her again, as though he were her brother made whole. Because in her mind, she doesn't want to distinguish between the two. It's easier to pretend that he is the real Verso. But he gives her the goodbye that she needed from her brother, from him. Verso was such a good presence in her life, and now he reminds her of her incredible power to paint. Because of that, she will never suffer a life that she doesn't want. As she dies and is unmade, he just tells her that she's okay. He's made the hard choice and seen her safely returned home where she belongs. Eskie and Minoko both knew this day would come and have no ill feelings for it. They were and are Verso's best and most loyal friends. They don't have long, so they step out of the canvas to sneak a goodbye to Verso before their new beginning comes. He tells them that he'll miss them, and they all embrace for a short time before the two are unmade. And then Ciel, who became such a dear friend, who shared stories and dark humor with him, even painful secrets from lost loved ones. She approaches, knowing that the future she thought was within her reach has been taken away. Pierre, a family, a future, exchanged for oblivion. She doesn't show anger. She approaches, the two touch hands for a moment, and she is gently unmade. And Lune, whose look of piercing hatred is so unmistakable. She never breaks eye contact with him. She sits in place to await her unmaking, while Verso turns away, back to the young boy painting at the canvas. He will not wait for Renoir to erase the world. He tells the spirit, Verso, that it's over. The two of them take hands and walk away from the child's eternal work. Finally, it's ended. Without the boy painting, the world will cease to exist. Together, they meet the end, as it all turns to chroma. And in the true world, where Alicia and Aline are forced to be, the family gathers at Verso's burial site, perhaps for the first proper time. Aline looks healthy again, as does Alicia, who is holding an old Eskie doll. Even Clair is present, holding a bouquet for her brother's grave. Her demeanor towards her parents almost seems chastising. They lower their heads as she saunters up to Verso's grave, which makes Alicia grin. She puts the bouquet at the grave, stands closer with her family, and Renoir and Aline embrace. It's not a difficult, cold embrace. It's like two people finally expelling poison from their lungs, learning to breathe again. And, standing on her own before the final resting place of her brother, Alicia Dessendre envisions the beings that she loved from the canvas world that are lost to her now, waving to her, saying goodbye. With time, she will heal, she'll grow stronger, and as Verso said, she'll never suffer a life she doesn't want. But what of the other way? What if Maëlle keeps control of the canvas? What if she wins the fight with Verso? It is a bitter fight between them. Expressions of anger and frustration, acknowledging that they're all just hypocrites doing the same things to each other. And when Verso finally falls, he does so begging Alicia to stop Verso's soul from painting anymore. And if she won't do that, then he begs her to please unpaint him. He tells her over and over again he doesn't want this life. But she just wanted to live this lifetime together, she says, the one that was stolen from her. She wants him to play the part of her brother. Despite his repeating that he does not want this life, he begs her to help him, to honor him. She unwillingly unmakes Verso, allowing his chroma to return to the canvas. But she just can't let go. She asks, if he could grow old, would he find a reason to smile? Now in control of the chroma of the canvas, Maëlle starts remaking the world. She brings back all that have been lost in Lumiere, their loved ones, families, friends, Gustave and Sophie, Ciel and Pierre, Lune and her family, the families that raised her, everyone in between, and so long as she controls the chroma, she'll never have to worry about losing them again. This world can be anything she wants it to be, so long as her brother's soul continues to paint. And one of the first things she restores is that old opera house, because there's a special concert that was promised to her. He's no longer immortal, he's aged a bit, but he was also returned to life. Verso will be performing tonight. He acknowledges his audience, nods specifically to Maëlle, and takes his seat. The event has brought the young woman to tears as she watches him prepare to play. But there's something that's not right with him. He hesitates for a long while, like struggling against something. An echo catches his attention in the distance, pulling his eyes to his companions in the crowd, who look on with care, until Maëlle, whose hollow eye and face are spattered with chroma. She's deteriorating. Something within Verso knows this, and tears too fall from his eyes.